Chapter 22 of Fighting the Traffic in Young Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Fighting the Traffic in Young Girls, or War on the White Slave Trade, by Ernest A. Bell. Chapter 22. The White Slaves and the Black Plagues, by Ernest A. Bell. The white slave trade means two things: snaring girls and spreading disease. As tuberculosis has been called the white plague, the diseases spread by vice are now called the black plagues. Every father and mother, every youth and maiden, should be instructed at once in the right way and put on guard against the reptiles that lure unprotected girls, and against the sting of deadly disease that inevitably punish all who break the moral law, which is physical law as well. It is not enough to hint softly at these horrors. The truth must be told as plainly as the preacher's Bible and the physician's microscope tell it. Delicacy is excellent in telling the truth, but the delicacy that suppresses the truth is sin. Our loins are to be girt about with truth. Our loins, the apostles say, the region of our sex life, girt with truth, not with ignorance and false modesty. The general public must be made to realize the enormous extent and serious character of these diseases. They cause 1/7 of the suffering of the human race, and in cities more than 1/7. Physicians have heretofore concealed the truth from the public, but now are foremost in telling it. When a girl is induced to take up an immoral life, she is quickly infected with the diseases that go with that misconduct, and is dead while she lives, and a source of death to others. A physician whose former duty it was to inspect depraved women in Paris said to an audience of young men in a vice district of Chicago that 95 in 100 of those women were walking pest houses. The victims of the loathsome commerce in girls are first ensnared, then enslaved or at least exploited, inevitably infected with a loathsome disease, and all the time compelled to make money for their wicked masters. Constantly they are spreading the pestilence to the men and youths who patronize them, and then pass on the plagues to their present or future wives and children. The red light districts, like a lake of fire, are perpetually engulfing unwary and unprotected girls, along with the willfully depraved. They are misled by crafty women and villainous young men with smooth manners and false tongues, on promises of light work, big pay, fine clothes, jewels, and great happiness. The route to the abyss is commonly by way of dance halls and amusement resorts of all kind, having drinking attachments. The girl who drinks puts herself at the mercy of the young man in whose company she may be. The girl who dances is in very great peril, and she puts young men with whom she dances under greater temptation than herself. Soon after the fatal plunge, a girl becomes immodest, indecent, lawless, homeless, a victim and a distributor of vile diseases. When the plain people know the horrors of the white slaves and the black plagues, the sane plain people will demand the destruction of the white slave market and the extirpation of the black plagues. The committee of 7 physicians, appointed by the Medical Society of the County of New York, after elaborate investigation, reported that 225,000 persons were treated in New York City in the year 1900 for the diseases caused by vice. The majority of these were immoral men and immoral women, but a large and deeply wronged minority consisted of virtuous wives and children of all ages. 500,000 blind. Any medical professor can tell any inquirer that there are at least 10 or 12,000 blind in the United States today, whose blindness dates from a few days after birth, and was caused by disease which their mothers contracted innocently from their guilty husbands, who in most cases supposed themselves cured before marriage. Dr. Nasser of Berlin, who in 1879 isolated the germ that causes ophthalmia of the newborn, a vice germ, after careful investigation throughout Germany, concludes from these statistics that there are 30,000 blind in Germany from this cause. If the same proportion would hold throughout Europe, There are 200,000 blind in Europe from this cause, more than the 3 armies engaged at Waterloo. But to be very conservative, let us cut the figures in 2, and we still have 100,000 sightless persons, blind from babyhood, in Europe alone. Including America and adding Asia, Africa, and the islands of the South Seas, we shall find in the world 500,000 persons blind, or 1,000,000 sightless eyes, from this pestilent germ, at which many young men laugh as no worse than a cold, and which is on sale all the time in every immoral resort in the world. Helen Keller's I Must Speak. In a full-page article in the Ladies' Home Journal for January 1909, Helen Keller, the brilliant blind graduate of Radcliffe College, wrote under the heading, I Must Speak. The most common cause of blindness is ophthalmia of the newborn. 1 pupil in every 3 at the Institution for the Blind in New York City was blinded in infancy by this disease. What is the cause of ophthalmia neonatorum? It is a specific germ communicated by the mother to the child at birth. Previous to the child's birth, she has unconsciously received it through infection from her husband. He has contracted the infection in licentious relations before or since marriage. The cruelest link in the chain of consequences, says Dr. Prince Morrow, is the mother's innocent agency. She is made a passive, unconscious medium of instilling into the eyes of her newborn babe a virulent poison which extinguishes its sight. It is part of the bitter harvest of the wild oats he has sown. Miss Keller goes on in her article to tell the women of America that blindness is by no means the most terrible result of this pestilent sin. Innocent wives suffer. Dr. Prince A. Morrow, whom Miss Keller quotes, has written a volume on the consequences of these diseases to wives and children. The book is entitled Social Diseases and Marriage. On page 132, Dr. Morrow quotes this from Dr. Garrigus. I knew a girl in perfect health, of great beauty, of Juno-esque proportions, combining muscular strength with regularity of features and graceful movements, possessing a most amiable disposition. In brief, a paragon of wife to make a husband happy. She married a nice young man and a good business, was a marriage based upon mutual affection, and held out every prospect of a long and happy union. A week after her marriage, she came to me with an abscess in one of the Bartholini's glands and a profuse discharge. She was under treatment for months. She was seized with violent pain in the lower part of the abdomen, and had a temperature of 105 degrees Fahrenheit and a pulse of 140. The peritonitic infection continued to spread, and laparotomy was performed. Finally, she died. In many similar cases, the patients recovered for the time being, but went on leading a life of invalidism, interrupted by more acute attacks of peritonitis. Some get well after having their ovaries and tubes removed. This, then, is what awaits these poor women. Discharges, inflammations, a life full of suffering, capital operations, or death. A Chicago physician writes to the Chicago Society of Social Hygiene. Several years ago there came under my care a case that I can never forget. The patient was a bride 22 years old, a beautiful woman of excellent family. She was suffering from a disease contracted from her husband, who had supposed himself cured before the wedding. An operation, which offered the only chance of saving her life, was performed. All went well for a few days. Her husband, who had been constantly with her, was called away on urgent business. The patient suddenly became worse and died before his return. These 2 beautiful brides, and countless thousands like them, were killed by a disease of which young men are not afraid, of which they make light in their ignorance. Any physician will attest these statements. Some surgeons attribute 3/4 of the surgical operations on women to this disease. 1/4 is a very conservative reckoning. The remedy. Mr. Edward Bach, editor of the Ladies' Home Journal, on the editor's personal page of that magazine for September 1908, puts the responsibility for meeting these terrible evils upon parents. He wrote, "First, we parents must first of all get it into our heads firm and fast to do away with the policy of silence with our children that has done so much to bring about this condition. Our sons and our daughters must be told what they are, and they must be told lovingly and frankly, but told they must be. Second, we fathers of daughters must rid ourselves of the notion that has worked such diabolical havoc of a double moral standard. There can be but one standard, that of moral equality. Instead of being so painfully anxious about the financial prospects of a young man who seeks the hand of our daughter in marriage, and making that the first question, it is time that we put health first and money second, that we find out, first of all, if the young man comes to court, as the lawyers say, with clean hands. Let a father ask the young man, as his leading question, whether he is physically clean. Insist that he shall go to his family physician, and if he gives him a clean bill of health, then his financial prospects can be gone into. But his physical self first. That much every father would do in the case of a horse or a dog that he bought with a view to mating, yet he does less for his daughter, his own flesh and blood. Dr. William Osler, formerly of Johns Hopkins Medical School, Baltimore, now of the University of Oxford, in an article describing the diseases which are the greatest scourges of the human race, such as cholera, yellow fever, smallpox, consumption, pneumonia, and leprosy, wrote of the group of vice diseases. These are in one respect the worst of all we have to mention, for they are the only ones transmitted in full virulence to innocent children to fill their lives with suffering, and which involve equally innocent wives in the misery and shame. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Fighting the Traffic in Young Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Fighting the Traffic in Young Girls, or War on the White Slave Trade, by Ernest A. Bell. Chapter 23. The White Slave Traffic and the Public Health, by Ernest A. Bell. On Monday, February 8, 1909, the Illinois Vigilance Association, an organization having for its object the suppression of traffic in women and girls, held its second annual conference against this evil. The meeting was held in the auditorium of the Young Men's Christian Association in Chicago. Dr. Winfield Scott Hall, professor of physiology in Northwestern University Medical School, spoke on the subject that is the title of this chapter, and was followed by Judge Julian W. Mack. Their plain, chaste, truthful words gave no offense to the refined ladies and gentlemen, and young ladies and young gentlemen, who composed that large audience of nearly 1,000 people. Instead of offense, appreciation and gratitude were in every heart. The addresses of these two eminent men are here reproduced word for word from the stenographer's report, not omitting the enlivening interruptions from a woman in the audience, herself a physician and much interested in this reform. Chairman Boynton, the white slave trade and the public health is the topic of the address by Dr. Winfield Scott Hall, professor of physiology, Northwestern University Medical School. Dr. Winfield Scott Hall. Ladies and gentlemen, it might be of interest to note in passing that my interest in this matter has been directed particularly along educational lines. To know that since the 1st of October, 1908, I've addressed young men and boys on this subject to the number of not less than 20,000, mostly in the colleges and high schools, setting forth to them in perfectly clear and simple language the proper hygiene and physiology of the sexual system, teaching them the methods of right living. As to this nefarious traffic that we have just been hearing about, and the relation of that traffic to the public health, I would like in one sentence to sum up a parallel between this white slave trade and the black slave trade that continued from the time of the colonies to the memory of many of us present. I believe that we have not yet expiated and paid the price of that slave trade, and it may be many generations yet before we pay for it. Blood flowing in rivers is a part of that price, from the hearts of the noblest sons of America. This white slave trade must be paid for in blood. who are the primary victims. In most cases, pure-minded girls, ambitious to go out and earn a higher wage, and think they can send home wages to father and mother, and they fall into these snares that are set for them. But we must not stop there. These poor girls do not live over at the most 10 or 15 years, and a large proportion of them perhaps take their own lives. But if you could see the line of men that I saw the other night, passing through one of these 15-cent lodging houses, lined up as they passed through to take their couch for the night, where over 200 of these men passed by, and a large proportion of these men showing ulcers and other superficial stigmata of the venereal diseases. They represent the underworld, the underdogs of society, the men who are down and out, who years ago visited the houses of ill fame and got the disease and are now eking out their lives, hoping for the end to come. Many of them. But we can look further for victims. I believe that only a small proportion of the women who are in the houses of ill fame, only a small proportion, make their way there of their own volition, and that small proportion are of a degenerate class who are born with a screw loose somewhere. From their babyhood, they who are born with this taint, and we could perhaps trace that taint back, but born with that taint, they gradually go into that life, but they make a small proportion. The rest of them are either betrayed into that sort of a life, their lives ruined because they trusted some man, or they are bartered into it through this nefarious white slave traffic. All lewd women are diseased some of the time, and some lewd women are diseased all of the time. Now, whether the lewd woman is of the clandestine type or a professional in the house of ill fame, it does not matter. Some say the clandestine is the more dangerous. Why? Because no attempt is made to have medical care. That doesn't get at the real condition at all, and so she retains disease in her body, and gives it to everyone, perhaps, who visits her for months to come. When that is in a woman's system, it is almost impossible to eradicate. It is shocking, but we must know the facts. Statistics show that of the operations on women in the hospitals of New York City, year before last, for the removal of one or both ovaries, 65% of those operations were brought about and necessitated because of gonorrheal infection. Women in the audience, and most of them were married women. Dr. Hall, a considerable proportion of them were from the house of ill fame. No small proportion of them were lawfully wedded, high-minded wives and mothers. Now, it is not customary for a doctor to say to a woman going to the hospital, "Madam, your difficulty is of a venereal origin." No, he says, "I find an abscess. You must get to the hospital as soon as possible, or you will possibly lose your life." It is a question of life and death to get to the hospital and have an operation. If the doctor had said to this woman in every case, "This is of gonorrheal origin," you can imagine what the woman would say who knew she had led an innocent, pure life. She would say, "Why? You must have got it from some man." "But I never had any contact with any man but my lawfully wedded husband." "Well, you must have got it from your lawfully wedded husband, then." Our standards are not high enough. Why a lawfully wedded husband should fix it up with his conscience to act so basely toward his wife, we've yet to find out. But it is a wrong standard, and I'm glad to be able to say to the wives and mothers in this audience that almost without exception, when I say to young fellows, "Fellows, isn't it time that we have a single standard of purity for men and women?" they respond the same way you have responded, and it is a question of education, and we must keep it up. Fathers and mothers in this audience, and I see there are probably grandfathers and grandmothers, let us see to it that our children are instructed in these matters by telling them the truth in early childhood, and then when they get older, girls 14 or 15 years old, let their mothers take them into their confidence and tell them some of these things, tell them the truth, and endeavor to protect them against the wiles of tempters out in society. I hardly need to say anything about syphilis. You know what the leper of the Orient used to be required to do, and perhaps to this day. When anyone met this leper, you know, he had to stand back and raise a warning hand and say, "Unclean, unclean." But the man who has syphilis, does he have to raise any warning hand? No, he mingles in the best society. He drinks from our drinking glass, and the innocent child perhaps uses the same drinking glass in the railway train. Fortunately, there is only a short period of time when he can transmit it through the drinking glass, but during that time there is nothing to restrain him, so far as I know. When I was a student in the medical school a quarter of a century ago, it was a common thing to pass over with some jocose remark the disease of gonorrhea. But that isn't done anymore. Why? Because it is now proven to the medical profession that gonorrhea is quite as dangerous as syphilis. But the people in general do not know that. Let us tell the young men, especially, that they cannot afford to run the risk of gonorrhea, because it may not only wreck their own lives, but the germs may lurk there and may be transmitted 2 or 3 or more years later to some innocent bride. Question from woman and audience. Couldn't the husbands be examined? Dr. Hall: that is a perfectly fair question. I have a daughter, and I want to just say this, that no man is ever going to take that daughter from under my roof until I'm sure that he has not got tuberculosis, for one thing, and syphilis and gonorrhea for another. Chairman Boynton: I'm sure it is a matter of congratulation that we have physicians in the city of Chicago who can talk as Dr. Hall has talked to us this morning. I'm glad the time has come when we can sit as men and women and hear the truth and be unashamed. I'm sure we are all glad to have with us Judge Julian W. Mack of the Circuit Court, who will address us. Judge Julian W. Mack: Ladies and gentlemen, I am on the program for the closing words. I have no particular subject to talk about, but it is a great gratification to listen to the words, particularly of Dr. Hall, and to see the response that they receive in a mixed audience such as this. Too long have we buried our heads in the sand. Too long have we been silent on these great subjects. Too long have we lied to our little ones, and thereby helped to bring about the destruction of so many of them. I'm not one of those who believe for a moment that salvation lies in education alone. Most drunkards know the evil of drink. Most men that yield to these temptations have some idea of the evil that they are going into, but girls in great numbers do not know. The young boys in great numbers do not know. Just as Dr. Hall said, you cannot appeal to 1,000 school or college men, putting before them the truth, bringing them to the knowledge of terrible danger, and get any but one response. Our young people are noble and brave, and we can rely upon them. If we could not, there would be not much hope of our country. We must educate them. We must tell them the facts. It isn't many years ago that the physicians were most guilty on this subject. If they had but told the men of our generation what we are now endeavoring to tell the young people of today, there would not be as many of these operations as there are now. But they passed off these matters so indifferently, as they might a slight cold, and that is what they all did practically about 10 years ago. It was a crime against the young people of that day. The physicians, the clergymen, and the laymen have all been awakened to a realization of our duties, at least, so far as education is concerned. It is up to us to see to it that all the boys and girls know something of the mystery of life, that they may guard against the dangers and the temptations that confront them. Dr. Hall spoke of some of the evils that await the innocent wife. Let me carry that a step further and apply it to local conditions. In our county hospital, we have a floor in the children's ward for the treatment of these cases among the children. Dr. Billings, president of the State Board of Charities, and one of the, if not the leading physician in this section of the country, and Dr. Frank Churchill, one of the leading children's specialists of this city, told me a few days ago that there are from 40 to 60 children at all times in that department, and that this disease is so virulent, so contagious, that there is grave danger to every child that enters that building and is treated for other diseases in other distinctive parts of that building, and that the great and crying need for the children, the sick children, today in Chicago and in Cook County, is not one floor devoted to this, but a distinct separate building, so that the children who have not yet become afflicted and are taken to the hospital for other contagious or non-contagious diseases may not become infected, and carry into their own homes gonorrheal trouble that comes through contagion. And it is up to this Vigilance Association, the Society of Social Hygiene, and the other organizations to see to it that the innocent children who are sick and as yet not afflicted with this disease, taken to our county institution, do not come out worse than they enter. It is up to us to demand that they provide a proper children's department, a proper children's building, for the treatment of these cases. The Society of Social Hygiene is but 3 years old. Similar organizations exist in the large cities of the country. They are due to the awakening of the people. They are spreading among the young people the knowledge of the conditions that confront them. It is up to the rest of us to do our share in other ways. Each of us can be an inspiration in his own family, in the public, and in the private schools. We, the educated people of this community, can instruct the lesser educated parents so that they may realize their duty to their children. Our children and their children come together. We cannot escape that brotherhood, even if we wanted to. Our children, no matter how well we care for them, come into contact with the rest of the children of the city. We do not do our duty by our own unless we do our duty by the others too, and unless we see to it that they are properly cared for also, danger awaits our own children. That is putting it on selfish grounds, but I put it to you on the broader ground of brotherhood to man. Let us all join. On this great question, at least we are one, no matter how we may differ on other social problems. On this question of the white slave traffic, every decent man and woman stands on the same ground. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of Fighting the Traffic in Young Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Fighting the Traffic in Young Girls, or War on White Slave Trade, by Ernest A. Bell. Chapter 24. The Venereal Diseases, by Ernest A. Bell. Note: we are permitted to quote this chapter from the book Man and Woman by Dr. William T. Belfield, professor in Rush Medical College and secretary of the Chicago Society of Social Hygiene, organized by the Chicago Medical Society. Promiscuous and clandestine indulgence of the reproductive instinct, everywhere prevalent, is for obvious reasons especially common in our large cities, where even children of both sexes are frequently initiated into sexual practices before puberty, a fact familiar to physicians and often revealed in our juvenile courts, though apparently unsuspected by parents in general. Chicago papers recently recorded the discovery of such practices among pupils of a public school. The illicit sexual relation is the chief, though not the only factor in the dissemination of the two serious venereal diseases. So prevalent are these in our large cities that at least half the adult male population of all social grades, according to conservative estimates, contract one or both of them. In Germany, gonorrhea is the most frequent of all diseases, with the single exception of measles. In America, it is about as frequent. Were the evil effects of these diseases limited to those who seek clandestine indulgence, discussion of this distasteful topic might be reserved for them only. But since he who has acquired either of these diseases is for an indefinite period a possible source of contagion to his associates, especially to his bride and her children, the essential facts should be understood by every adult. These facts, so far as they concern the public welfare, are here briefly summarized. 1. Every prostitute, public or private, acquires venereal disease sooner or later. Hence, all of them are diseased some of the time, and some of them practically all of the time. The man who patronizes them risks his health at every exposure. 2. Medical inspection is an advantage to the prostitute chiefly because it gives her patron a false sense of security. Even the most elaborate and painstaking examination, and such is not bestowed upon the prostitute, may fail to detect a woman's lurking infectiousness. The perfunctory routine examination actually made affords but a feeble protection to the patron. Moreover, at the first cohabitation after such examination, she may acquire disease which she may transmit to every subsequent patron, until it is perhaps discovered at the next examination. 3. The many antiseptic washes, lotions, and injections upon which the ignorant rely for protection from disease are inefficient, not because they cannot destroy the germs of disease, but because they do not penetrate the skin and mucous membranes in which these germs have been sheltered. 4. Gonorrhea in the male, while usually cured without apparent loss of health, has always serious possibilities. It kills about 1 in 200. It permanently maims 1 in 100. It impairs the sexual power and fertility of a much larger number. It often produces urethral stricture, which later may cause loss of health and even of life, and in many cases it causes chronic pain and distress in the sexual organs, with severe mental annoyance and depression. The loss of health, time, and money entailed by these sequels to their treatment may far exceed that occasioned by the original disease. The prevalent notion among the uninformed that gonorrhea is a mere annoyance, no worse than a cold, is based entirely upon lamentable misapprehension. 5. The persistence of this disease in the deeper parts long after it is outwardly cured leads to the unsuspected communication of the disease to women with whom the individual may cohabit. Among these women may be his bride, who thereupon enters upon a period of ill health that may ultimately compel the mutilation of her sexual organs by a surgical operation to save her life. Much of the surgery of these organs performed upon women has been rendered necessary by gonorrhea contracted from her husband. Should she, while infected with this disease, give birth to a child, the baby's eyes may be attacked by the infection, sometimes with immediate loss of sight. Probably 25% of the blindness of children is thus caused. 6. The other serious venereal disease, syphilis, infects the blood and therewith all parts of the body. For months after infection with this disease, the individual may communicate it by a kiss as well as by cohabitation, and articles moistened by his secretions, towels, drinking glasses, pipes, syringes, etc., may also convey the infection. While under proper treatment, the disease is not dangerous to life in the earlier years, yet the possibilities of transmitting the contagion should forbid marriage for at least 3 years. The most serious results of syphilis appear years after its acquisition, when the individual has been lulled into a false sense of security by long freedom from its outward manifestations. It attacks all organs of the body, slowly and insidiously producing the symptoms of consumption, dyspepsia, liver disease, and many other ailments. Since we have at present no reliable means for proving that one who has acquired the disease is absolutely cured thereof, physicians impress upon these patients 2 injunctions. First, that they shall take the known remedies for the disease 1 or 2 months in every year, and second, that they shall confide to every physician whom they may consult for any chronic or obscure ailment the fact that they have been infected with syphilis. This latter injunction is especially important, for nearly all disorders produced by syphilis can be promptly checked by certain remedies. Yet many of these disorders affecting internal organs of the body may not be identified as of syphilitic origin by the unsuspecting physician, who therefore fails to administer the needed and successful remedy. By directing the doctor's attention to the possible syphilitic origin of the disease through a frank confession of his early infection, the patient may save his health and even his life. These serious and intractable results of syphilis, appearing years after its contraction, occur especially in the shape of disorders of the blood vessels and of the nervous system, apoplexy, paralysis, insanity, and locomotor ataxia, for example. And these but too often appear after the man has acquired a family that is dependent upon him for support. The mental state of the husband and father, whose breadwinning capacity is suddenly abolished through the natural result of this early folly, may be imagined. That the syphilitic parent may transmit the disease to his offspring is common knowledge. Some of his children are destroyed by the inherited disease before birth. Others are born to a brief and sickly span of life. Others attain maturity, seriously handicapped in the race of life by a burden of ill health, incapacity, and misery produced by the inherited taint, while still others apparently escape these evil effects. Absolute freedom from venereal contagion, admittedly a prerequisite for marriage, must be determined by expert medical skill. Apparent recovery does not prove that the disease is really eradicated. Ignorance of the difference between real and apparent cure is responsible for most of the venereal infection of brides and taint of children. The present popular crusade against tuberculosis is laudable and must result in a distinct restriction of the Great White Plague. But the greater Black Plague, syphilis, could be virtually eradicated in a few generations through the universal practice of circumcision. Although apparently introduced into Europe less than 4 centuries ago, it has already tainted perhaps 1/6 of the total population, and it is steadily spreading. In the United States the ratio is but little better. These percentages are merely estimates, since there are no official records of the venereal diseases except in public institutions. End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of Fighting the Traffic in Young Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Fighting the Traffic in Young Girls, or War on the White Slave Trade, by Ernest A. Bell. Chapter 25, Recruiting Grounds of White Slave Traffickers, by Harry A. Parkin, Assistant United States District Attorney, Chicago. In all of the articles which have been published, and in all the addresses made respecting the white slave traffic, the public has been warned in general terms to beware lest daughters and sisters in their own towns and villages should become the prey of the white slave traffickers. In these articles it was undoubtedly thought best to spare the sense of security which the resident of a peaceful community usually has, by failing to mention specific cities where it is known that procurers and panderers of girls secure their victims. In an article which I wrote in the March number of a magazine, I transgressed to a slight extent this rule, and gave as an example the story of the little German girl from Buffalo. Those who read this will remember this pathetic case of a child widow who was persuaded to come to Chicago with her infant in her arms in search of more remunerative employment, and who was there sold into white slavery. Buffalo is not the only city which is a hunting ground of white slave traffickers. I think it safe to say that every city, village, and hamlet whose daughters are fair to look upon has been, or will be, as time proceeds, the hunting ground for some procurer or agent for the white slave syndicate. I do not say this rashly, nor for the purpose of startling villagers where the church bell and the school bell are practically the only sounds which break the peace and quiet of the community. But I make this statement for the purpose of sounding a warning to that very resident, that very mother, that daughter, who sits in that schoolhouse or in that church pew, and believes that she is safe from the snares of the traffickers because of the remoteness or the inaccessibility or otherwise of her peaceful village. It is not alone the large cities that furnish beautiful girlhood to lives of shame and debauchery. It is not necessary to go to New York, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, or Kansas City to procure beautiful and attractive girls. It is well known that out on the prairies in Texas and Missouri and Iowa, Kansas, Nebraska, in fact all over our great West, there are as beautiful types of womanhood as ever graced God's footstool. It is these that the trafficker is seeking. They it is who furnish the easiest victims for his snares. As a prosecuting officer, I personally can testify to the fact that very many cities and villages now have in the red light district of Chicago and other cities daughters who, if their names were mentioned in their home cities, would bring shame and disgrace to prominent and honest people. There are girls from cities in the interior, girls from small villages with hardly 1,000 inhabitants, and girls from villages of this size and cities of varying population from that on up to cities of the size of Boston and Pittsburgh and other great commercial and social centers. There are, of course, some cities which furnish more women for prostitution than others. I shall not publish a comparative list, but will suffice by giving a list of cities scattered broadcast from which have come girls and women to the great white slave market in Chicago within my own personal experience. Cities which have furnished girls and women for this purpose are as follows: Toledo, Ohio; Youngstown, Ohio; Detroit, Michigan; Muskegon, Michigan; Montreal, Canada; Troy, New York; Milwaukee, Wisconsin; Peoria, Illinois; Bloomington, Illinois; St. Louis, Missouri; Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania; New York; Davenport, Iowa; Moline, Illinois; Livonia, Pennsylvania; Whitehall, Michigan; Waseca, Minnesota; Charleston, Illinois. I know that the above statement will cause a thrill in some of the cities which I have mentioned, but I believe that the agitation upon the white slave question has reached a point where false modesty should no longer prevent the public from knowing the exact situation, however much it may cause them to feel a sense of regret that their city or village has furnished at least one victim to the Sisters of Scarlet. The list of cities is not confined to the great group of cities having thousands of population, but, as you will note, includes small villages where it would hardly seem possible that girls could go astray. I might, if I had the time and space, make a list 5 or 6 times as large, but the one which I have given will serve my purpose, that of sounding a warning to those who least suspect that their daughters and sisters are in danger. To those of you who do not reside in the cities which I have mentioned, I warn you not to conclude from the fact that I have omitted the name of your city or village from the list that no girl has come from your community. It may be that I shall include your city in a future list. At any rate, do not permit yourselves to be lulled into a false sense of security. As I have said, some of the cities, much to their shame, have furnished for the houses of prostitution in Chicago more girls than others. For example, I have personally known for a long time that the cities of Montreal, Canada, Toledo and Youngstown, Ohio, and Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, have furnished probably a greater average of 1/3 than any of the other cities. This, of course, does not include New York, but probably more women come from New York to Chicago for the purpose of entering a house of prostitution than from any other city in the United States. This is true because it has an extremely large population, and also because of the fact that it is largely through the port of New York that the alien prostitutes are brought into the United States, and thence to Chicago. Some of the other cities which I have mentioned have furnished 1, 2, 3, or more, as the particular case might be. This, to me, is sufficient proof of the fact that there is, and probably always will be, to a greater or less extent, until we crush it out, a syndicate or system which is continuously operating and seeking new fields for the purpose of ensnaring innocent victims and selling them into lives of shame. Troy, New York, is a prolific source from which Chicago houses of ill fame receive women. In a case recently tried in the federal courts, the testimony showed that one girl who had been found in a house of ill fame in Chicago had originally been taken to a house at Troy, and from that day, when she was 18 years of age, until she was arrested in Chicago some 5 years later, she had been in the clutches of or under the control of the different members of a single family who had kept her earning money for them during all these years. The peaceful village of Charleston in southern Illinois has furnished to the panderers of lust a beautiful Norwegian girl, whose parents imagine that she is engaged in a legitimate occupation in Chicago, and whose peace of mind I would not disturb by furnishing them with her name. Muskegon, Michigan, is a field to which the white slave operator sends at frequent intervals for fresh girls. It is not a large city, but seldom does the procurer go there without returning with his victim. Now a word as to the method used in procuring girls from our American cities. Some of the various schemes which are used by the procurer have been detailed in these pages and preceding articles, and I need not worry the reader with a repetition of their details. It is not always necessary for the procurer to go from the city to the country village to get the girl he is seeking. Indulgent parents very often permit their daughters to come to the great city, unaccompanied by any protector. The Sunday excursion, the fat stock show, a World's Fair, some theatrical production, a monstrous convention. These are the lights which allure the daughter and sister to the city. Perhaps she has never been in the city before, and has no relatives or friends to whose house she may go. Perhaps she has been in the city once or twice before, and has met a supposed woman friend, who has taken her to her house and shown her every courtesy. If the former, she will oftentimes be met at the railroad station by a young man, well-dressed, pleasant, and affable, who offers to spend his money to procure her a cab to take her to some respectable hotel. Unexperienced in the ways of the city, she accepts only to find that instead of a protector, she has found in the affable young man a procurer for some vile house of prostitution. Many, many times have instances like this occurred, and the innocent young girl has awakened the next morning to find herself situated in a gaudy bedroom, without clothing, the prey and victim of her procurer. Her clothes have been taken away from her, and upon inquiry she finds that she is in debt and will not be permitted to leave the house until she has earned sufficient money to pay back what the affable young man has spent upon cab fares and hotel bills, and, in addition to that, to repay the price which the keeper of the house gave to her seducer. An instance of this kind, in which a girl has been procured by this identical method, was related by Mr. Sims in a magazine article. She has since been rescued and is leading a respectable life back home with her parents. Or it may be that the girl from the country is making a second or third visit to the city, and has been invited to again visit the kind and elderly lady who met her in a department store, and so kindly cared for her upon her last visit. This kind elderly lady usually occupies a flat at some distance, but within easy reach of the red light district. It is sumptuously furnished, and, as the elderly woman explains, is a home for several young ladies who are working in stores in the city. Here the country maiden is given every luxury free of expense, is entertained royally, and, alas, very many times before she attempts to leave for her home, has been caught unawares and so compromised that she dare not face her home folks again. The city of Chicago in certain sections is full of apartments of this kind, where an elderly lady, usually a semi-retired keeper of a house of prostitution, has furnished an apartment and runs a supposed respectable home for working girls. 3 to 5 girls live with her. Her telephone number is furnished to hotel employees and elevator operators to steer male inquirers who are in search of a pleasant evening to the flat and return for a commission of 50 cents or $1 for each customer. The girls who live in this class of places are girls who come from the country and who have fallen, but who are not low enough to go to the regular houses of prostitution in the red light district. Clerks from department stores, whose meager salaries are not sufficient to support them while away from their parents, seek these houses as a means of supplying the deficiency in their weekly earnings. They are thus enabled to dress tastily, and just a little bit better than the virtuous girl who works next to them upon the same salary, but who does not sell herself for lust. In such places as these I have known of girls who came to the city to study painting, stenography, bookkeeping, and other occupations, and who, while ostensibly pursuing their daily labor, are all of the time going to these houses of assignation whenever there is $1 to be gained which will place them in a position to dress better, or to go to some place of amusement which costs money. What, then, shall we do to protect our daughters and our sisters? That is the question which is puzzling not only prosecuting officers and police officials, but one upon which economists and charitable organizations are spending months debating. One safe and sure protection we all have, that is, do not permit the daughter or the sister to go from the country village to the large city unless you know absolutely and beyond the peradventure of doubt that the hotel where she shall stay or the people whom she shall visit are absolutely above reproach of any kind. Advise your daughter and your sister of the snares which lay in her path before it is too late. Forewarn her so that she shall be advised in time to spare her the great anguish and the pain to which she may be otherwise subjected. If the procurer comes to the village in search of his victim, teach the daughter and the sister to have no confidence in affable strangers, well-dressed and fluent of speech, but to confide always in her mother when she makes an engagement to go driving, to visit an ice-cream parlor, or to go to the city with a male escort. End of chapter 25.
Chapter 26 of Fighting the Traffic in Young Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. Fighting the Traffic in Young Girls, or War on the White Slave Trade, by Ernest A. Bell. Chapter 26. Practical Means of Protecting Girls, by Harry A. Parkin, Assistant U.S. District Attorney, Chicago. What can be done about it? There could be no legitimate excuse for exploiting the white slave trade in the public prints without the definite and sincere purpose of securing practical and substantial protection against this terrible social scourge. Such is as surely the purpose of this article as it has been that of the excellent articles by Honorable Edwin W. Sims, which have brought out a vast and interesting volume of correspondence. Many of these letters have been from fathers and mothers aroused to anxiety about daughters who have been allowed to seek a livelihood in large cities without suitable oversight or protection. In some instances, the worst fears of these parents have been, by definite investigation, shown to be all too well-founded. Other letters have come by the score from public officials and from public-spirited men and women who have at last been stirred to a realization that there is an actual, systematic, and widespread traffic in girls as definite, as established, as mercenary, and as fiendish as was the African slave trade in its blackest days. And practically all these letters indicate that very few of those who have been finally aroused to the enormity of existing conditions have any clear idea of what should or may be done to protect these daughters of our own people from the ravages of the white slave traders. A letter from the mayor of a Connecticut city is typical of the common misconception among cultivated and well-informed public officials who have not given the legal phases of the repression of the white slave trade a special and exhaustive study. The mayor writes, quote, I should think that the federal government would have to pass stringent laws providing a heavy penalty for all who are engaged in this business. The law would then be the same in all states, and people could not escape from its provision as they would if the states tried to take up the matter and passed conflicting statutes. An organization might secure the passage of such an act by the federal government, but it hardly seems to me that it is necessary, more than to state the facts and have the members of Congress take immediate action that would put an end to the whole matter. End quote. While it is probably true that the federal government has power to prohibit the carrying of women from one state to another for immoral purposes, that power has not yet been specifically established by actual tests in court and is therefore, in a sense, undefined. On the other hand, the states, under their police power, have a remedy in their own hands, and it would seem both logical and natural that this power be exercised in the protection of its own homes and daughters. As a matter of fact, we have found literally scores of cases in our investigations relative to the importation from foreign countries of girls destined for immoral houses, where American-born girls have been lured or kidnapped from a home in one state and carried to some large city in another state, there to be broken to the life of shame. The federal investigations in Chicago and other localities have clearly established the fact that, generally speaking, houses of ill fame in large cities do not draw their recruits to any great extent from the territory immediately surrounding them. For obvious reasons, the white slavers who are the recruiting agents for the vile traffic prefer to work in states more or less distant from the centers to which their victims are destined. In view of all this, it must be clearly apparent that the need of the hour is legislation which will make it as difficult and dangerous for a white slaver to take his victim from one state into another as it is for him to bring a girl from France or Italy or Canada or any other foreign country to a house of ill fame in Chicago or any American city. Therefore, it is suggested that if each state in the Union would pass and enforce severe and stringent laws against this importation, this terrible traffic would be dealt a blow in its most vulnerable part. Such an enactment might well be worded as follows, quote, "Whoever shall induce, entice, or procure, or attempt to induce, entice, or procure, to come into this state, any woman or girl for the purpose of prostitution or concubinage, or for any other immoral purpose, or to enter any house of prostitution in this state, shall, upon conviction, be imprisoned in the penitentiary for a period of not less than 1 nor more than 5 years, and be fined not more than $5,000. End quote. One of the strangest results brought about by the recent white slave prosecutions in Chicago and the publicity which they have received has been the astonishment of thousands of persons, as evidenced by letters, at the fact that such a wholesale traffic is actually in existence. But what is still more astounding, not to say discouraging, is the reluctance of the other thousands to believe that many hundreds of men and women are actually engaged in the business of luring girls and women to their destruction, and that this infamous traffic is being carried on in every state of the Union every day of the year. Perhaps the actuality of this awful avocation may be made more clearly apparent to the innocent and unsophisticated doubters whose awakening and moral support is needed if I cite 1 or 2 instances which have come to my personal knowledge within the last few days. In a comfortable farm home in a state bordering upon Illinois is an uncommonly attractive young girl who has, almost by accident, been delivered from the worst fate which can possibly befall a young woman. Through Secret Service operations, one of the most dangerous procurers of this country was traced to the home in which this beautiful girl had been adopted as a daughter. The white slaver had already ingratiated himself into her confidence and that of her foster parents, and arrangements had practically been made by which she was to accompany him to Chicago, where he had a fine position awaiting her. If he had not been located and his character made known to the household at the time when this was done, she would now be a white slave in a Chicago den. Another case, which has had a less fortunate termination, is that which involves the fake marriage, a subterfuge common in this wretched traffic. A young man made the acquaintance of a handsome girl in the North Side district of Chicago. He was polished and plausible, and the parents of the girl, who were ambitious for their daughter's advancement, were apparently flattered that he should bestow his attentions upon her. When, after very brief courtship, he proposed marriage, they offered no objections and even set aside their own wishes when he suggested that he held prejudices against being married by a clergyman and against having a formal wedding. Consequently, they went before a justice of the peace, who pronounced them man and wife, a fake justice who was merely a confederate of the white slaver. They went at once to San Antonio, Texas, he having claimed that he held a very profitable position in a large business concern in that city. When they arrived there, the poor girl had her awful awakening, for she was promptly sold into the life of shame without hope of escape from its degrading servitude. Another very effective regulation, which every state will do well to adopt by enactment of its General Assembly, is that making the premises leased or used for a house of ill fame liable for any and all fines against its lessee. The following seems to me a desirable clause covering this point. Quote, whoever keeps or maintains a house of ill fame, or a place for the practice of prostitution or lewdness, or whoever patronizes the same, or lets any house, room, or other premises for any such purpose, or shall keep a lewd, ill-governed, or disorderly house to the encouragement of idleness, gambling, drinking, fornication, or other misbehavior, shall be fined not exceeding $1,000. When the lessee or keeper of a dwelling house or other building is convicted under this section, the lease or contract for letting the premises shall, at the option of the lessor, become void, and the lessor may have like remedy to recover the possession as against a tenant holding over after the expiration of his term. And whoever shall lease any house, room, or other premises, in whole or in part, for any of the uses or purposes finable under this section, or knowingly permits the same to be so used or kept, shall be fined not exceeding $1,000, and the house or premises so leased, occupied, or used shall be held liable for, and may be sold for, any judgment obtained under this section. End quote. Some enactment of this nature is particularly desirable for two reasons. First, because actual experience has shown that judgments obtained against keepers of such houses are difficult of collection, and that the ones against whom the judgments are obtained are remarkably resourceful in avoiding punishment even after conviction. Second, it seems obvious that when a property owner knows that his real estate is particularly available for houses of this character, he is, if unprincipled enough to do so, bound to encourage the use of his premises for that which will bring him the largest money returns. This puts him in the way of fattening upon the wages of the social vice without incurring danger of punishment. Naturally, he becomes a friend of the traffic, and ready to aid and abet it wherever and whenever he can. Therefore, it seems to me he should no longer be allowed to escape the penalties attached to those who engage in this infamous trade. As the owner of the property on which unlawful acts are persistently committed, and as a sharer in the unlawful profits of those acts, he should be made to share also in its perils and punishments. He should be made to feel that, as the owner of the property used for the purpose of harboring fallen women, he is a link in the chain which draws innocent womanhood to its doom, and that he must suffer to the full proportion of his guilt. Again, it is the first instinct of the lessee or keeper of such a house, on coming in contact with the law, to flee and forfeit his or her bonds. By making the property itself liable to forfeiture, absolute security against this kind of thing is established, thereby preventing many a miscarriage of justice and of just penalties. Since the beginning of the recent prosecutions in Chicago, a score of keepers, realizing their guilt and fearing prosecution, have fled the country and have not yet been apprehended. If both the federal and the state governments had a law of this kind, the escape of these criminals would not have involved a complete defeat of the law in their cases, for prosecution could have been brought against some person connected with their establishments, and when a conviction was secured, the property occupied by them could have been closed out. A statute of this kind, wherever enacted, can scarcely fail to prove one of the most powerful and effective of all possible weapons against the white slave traffic, and the smaller the city, the more effective will this weapon be found, which is only another way of saying that the larger the city, the larger the toleration of the social vice. One of the greatest weapons in the hands of the white slavers and of the keepers of houses of ill fame to prevent the escape of fresh recruits and to submerge them into hopeless slavery is the system of indebtedness which is practiced in these places. The one object of those concerned in the subjugation of a girl who has become a victim of the wiles of the white slaver is to break down all hope of escape from the life of shame and bitterness into which she has been entrapped. Nothing has been found so effective a means to this end as the debtor system. The first thing a girl is compelled to do on being thrown into one of these houses is to buy an expensive wardrobe at from 5 to 6 times its actual value. To be more definite, I have in my possession bills rendered against certain inmates taken from the dens. And these bills, stockings costing 75 cents, have been charged at $3. Shoes costing $2.50 are charged at $8, and kimonos costing $4 are charged at $15. As the goods themselves were seized as well as the bills for them, I am able to make this statement. In every case, I have found that the girl was compelled to renew her outfit of finery whenever the keeper so dictated, without regard to her need of it. Our investigations have all shown that when a keeper imagined that a girl, an inmate, is intending to leave the place, either openly or secretly, a new outfit is forced upon her at absurd figures, and she is told that she cannot leave until every cent of her indebtedness has been wiped out, and that if she attempts to do so, they will put the law on her. In the dozens of cases which I have examined, there has not been a single one which has failed to show evidence of this kind. I have in my possession numerous copies of bills rendered against these wretched women in which their costumes reach as high a figure as $1,200 and even $1,500. This indebtedness system is mutually recognized and enforced between the keepers of all houses. In other words, no girl can leave one house and enter another unless she is able to show that she leaves no indebtedness behind her. As this phase of business in the underworld is one of the main props of white slavery, it is well to go into it with definiteness and to give examples which illustrates its operation. In one of the recent raids, a big Irish girl was taken and held as a witness. She was old enough, strong enough, and wise enough, it seemed to me, to have overcome almost any kind of opposition, even physical violence. She could have put up a fight which few men, no matter how brutal, would care to meet. I asked her why she did not get out of the house, which was one of the worst in Chicago. Her answer was, "Get out? I can't. They make us buy the cheapest rags, and they are charged against us at fabulous prices. They make us change outfits at intervals of 2 or 3 weeks until we are so deeply in debt that there is no hope of ever getting out from under. Then, to make such matters worse, we seldom get an accounting, oftener than once in 6 months, and sometimes 10 months or a year will pass between settlements. And when we do get an accounting, it is always to find ourselves deeper in debt than before. We've simply got to stick, and that's all there is to it." End quote. To frame an enactment which will knock this prop of indebtedness system out from under the white slave business might appear to be a most difficult matter. And yet I believe that the legislature, which enacts a statute of which the following clause is the essential part, will go a long way towards accomplishing this most desired result. Quote, "And whoever shall hold, detain, restrain, or attempt to hold, detain, or restrain in any house of prostitution or other place any female for the purpose of compelling such female, directly or indirectly, by her voluntary or involuntary service or labor, to pay, liquidate, or cancel any debt, dues, or obligation incurred therein, or said to have been incurred in such house of prostitution or other place, shall be deemed guilty of a felony, and, upon conviction thereof, shall be imprisoned in the penitentiary at hard labor for not less than 2 or more than 10 years. End quote. There is only one other enactment which all legislatures should be urged to pass, and that is one which strikes directly at the white slaver, the procurer, the owner, or the fellow. Keepers of houses of ill fame have discovered that the hideous task of keeping the unwilling white slave in subjection is much easier if a certain ownership of her is vested in a man. In many cases, this man is the one who is directly responsible for placing the girl in the house. But this is not invariably the case. When it is the case, he receives not only a lump purchase price down on the delivery of his victim to the house, but he is recognized by the keeper as her owner and master, the one to whom a certain percentage of her income is paid and with whom all settlements on her account are made. What is more important in the eyes of the keeper is that this man is held absolutely responsible for the girl's subjection, and if she attempts to escape, he must cajole, threaten, or beat her into subjection. In one of the recent raids, I chanced to come upon visual demonstration of how this peculiar phase of white slavery operates in actual practice. One of these fellows was disciplining a girl whom he owned, and doing so by the gentle process of forcing her against the wall with his hands at her throat. Some of these fellows owned 2 or 3, or perhaps more white slaves, and on the income of their slavery, these brutes live in luxury at expensive hotels, maintain expensive automobiles, and lead lives of luxury, idleness, and dissipation. While some states have statutes directly aimed at this system, it has been found extremely difficult to secure convictions against these most contemptible of all white slavers, for the reason that all of the existing statutes, so far as I am informed, make it necessary, at least by implication, for the prosecution to establish the fact that they derive their entire support from white slaves under their control. In other words, it devolves upon the state to demonstrate that the man on trial has no other visible means of support. As a consequence, the defense setup is almost invariably calculated to prove that the man on trial is a solicitor for a tailoring establishment, a laundry, or some other legitimate business enterprise. In view of this fact, it seems to me an enactment drawn upon the following lines would be effective. Quote, "Any person who shall knowingly accept or receive in whole or in part support or maintenance from the proceeds or earnings of any woman engaged in prostitution shall be deemed guilty of a felony, and on conviction thereof shall be confined in the penitentiary not less than 1 nor more than 3 years, and fined not exceeding $1,000 or both in the discretion of the court." End quote. Not long since, I was asked how many persons I supposed Chicago contained who would come under a statute of this kind and who ought to receive sentence under it. My reply was this, quote, "Probably there are 5,000 women in Chicago today following the so-called profession of prostitution, and it would seem to me, from the testimony obtained in the course of the recent white slave prosecutions here, that at least 1/4 that number of male parasites are supported in whole or in part in this manner, and would therefore come within the meaning of such a statute." End quote. So much for specific legislation which ought, as a protection to the young womanhood of this country, to be passed by the legislature of every state in this country, not already having statutes which adequately cover all the points involved in the clauses which I have suggested. The next practical question to be raised, and which I hope every reader of this article will ask, is this, quote, "How can the legislatures be induced to make these needed enactments?" End quote. Or, to express myself a little differently, if each reader were to ask me, quote, "What is the quickest and most practical way by which I may get action on the legislature of my own state?" End quote, I would suggest the following methods. Find the names of the men who represent your district in the General Assembly of your state and write to each one of them a letter substantially as follows. Quote, "Honorable blank, Dear Sir, I am in hearty sympathy with the legislation against the white slave traffic proposed by the Woman's World, and urge you to secure the passage of laws which shall embody the clauses and enactments suggested in the enclosed article clipped from that journal. You surely will not question the worthiness or the need of laws of this kind, and I ask the further favor of a reply from you indicating your attitude with regard to this most important matter. Yours sincerely." End quote. Also, I would suggest that readers who are members of churches or habitual attendants upon church services take this matter up with the pastors of their churches, each requesting his or her pastor to confer with the other pastors of his community to the end of preparing a petition to be sent to the representatives from that district in the legislature, urging the passage of the enactments above suggested. If these petitions are vigorously circulated, they will receive the signatures of practically the entire citizenship of every community and will have a powerful, not to say compelling, influence upon the representatives and state senators who receive them. Women's clubs, law and order leagues, Christian Endeavor societies, Epworth leagues, Grangers and Farmers Institutes, Young Men's Christian Associations, Young Women's Christian Associations, and Women's Temperance Unions in every city, village, and hamlet of the country can also exert a powerful and practical influence in securing such legislation as a protection against the ravages of the white slavers by passing suitable resolutions of endorsement and sending those resolutions to the men representing their several communities in the General Assembly of their state. While, as I say, these memorials on the part of respected organizations will do a useful work in shaping the course of legislation, this will not take the place or do the work of the individual personal letter, and every reader who is sincerely and earnestly interested in securing such legislation as I have outlined will miss the main stroke of influence if he or she fails to write a personal letter to the men representing his or her district in the General Assembly of the state. And whenever such a letter is written, the various clauses given in this article should be incorporated in the letter. This will put your request in definite and explicit terms, a result greatly to be desired. I cannot close this article without recurring to the statement made at the outset to the effect that many persons still remain unconvinced that the white slave traffic is a thing of widespread and actual existence, that it is the established calling of hundreds of men to lure and kidnap innocent girls into a life of shame and to sell them into houses of prostitution, where they are kept against their will in the most revolting of all human slaveries. In my desk at this moment is a letter from which the following is taken. Quote, "There are in that house, number blank, 2 girls by the names of Annie and Edith. One has been there for 2 years and is not allowed to go out of the house, is not even allowed to write to her own people, and whose mail is opened and read before she is allowed to look at it. The other girl has been there 7 months and has never been out of the house." End quote. This letter was written by one who knew the facts in the case. A very few days ago, this pitiful case was, in an official way, brought to my attention. A little German girl in Buffalo married a man who deserted her about the time her child was born. Her baby is now about 8 or 9 months old. Almost immediately after her husband ran away, she formed the acquaintance of an engaging young man who claimed to take deep interest in her welfare and in that of a certain girlfriend of hers. He persuaded them both that if they would accompany him to Chicago, he would immediately place them in employment which would be far more profitable than anything they could obtain in Buffalo. Supposing that the work awaiting her was entirely legitimate and respectable, the little mother took her baby and, in company with the young man and with her friend, came to Chicago. The next task of this human fiend was to persuade this child widow that it would be necessary for her to place her baby temporarily in a foundlings' home in order that it might not interfere with her employment. This accomplished, he took the 2 young women at once to a notorious house and sold them into white slavery. Thenceforth, this fellow has lived in luxury upon the shameful earnings of these 2 victims. The young mother has attempted by every means imaginable to escape from his clutches, and at last has importuned him into a promise to release his hold upon her on the payment of $300. She is still working out the price of her release. It is scarcely too much to say that she looks twice her age. One other example from the current history of the white slave trade as it is pursued today. Only a few nights since, a physician was calling professionally at one of the houses of Chicago's red light district. 2 men and a young woman entered the door just before him and took seats at a table. A glance at her fresh and innocent face was enough to convince him that she was out of her element and probably unaware of the character of her surroundings. Stepping abruptly to the table, the physician looked the young woman straight in the eye and asked, "Madam, do you know that this is a house of prostitution?" "No," was the trembling answer. "Are you a woman of the street?" he persisted. She flushed indignantly, but finally replied, "No, I am a respectable woman, and I supposed I was being taken to a ladies' cafe." Her companions bolted for the door and made their escape. The physician then called a policeman, who escorted the young woman to her home and found her statements to be true, that she was a respectable girl and had believed her friends to be taking her to a respectable restaurant. Tragedies of this kind are happening every day and all over this country. It is time for the decent people of the United States to wake up, realize what is going on in the underworld, and to take strong measures to protect their daughters and their neighbors' daughters from the hands of the most despicable and inhuman of all criminals, the white slave traders. End chapter 26.
Chapter 27, Part 1 of Fighting the Traffic in Young Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Fighting the Traffic in Young Girls, or War on the White Slave Trade, by Ernest A. Bell. Chapter 27, Part 1 Laws for the Suppression of the White Slave Traffic, by Harry A. Parkin, Assistant United States District Attorney, Chicago. The war for exterminating the white slave traffic has progressed so rapidly and has attained such enormous proportions that it is not now confined to one state or country, but people from every state in the United States, in Canada, England, and other foreign countries have taken up the slogan and are vitally interested in assisting to curb the monstrous traffic. Laws have been enacted in several of the states during the past sessions of their respective legislatures. In other states, new laws are contemplated. Reports are received by the Committee on Legislation daily, which are indeed encouraging and show the need of centralizing the effort in assisting citizens of the different states who are so frequently at a loss to know exactly what to do when a white slave case comes within their observation. To meet this need and to further the effort to secure proper legislation, the committee has decided to publish the following digest of the laws of every state in the Union, as far as practicable, for distribution to those who are interested in this warfare. In this connection, the committee desires to acknowledge its very deep sense of gratitude and appreciation to the governors of their respective states, their assistants, and attorney generals, for the data furnished by them contained within these pages. It is indeed an encouraging sign when men in high public office stop for a time from the stress of their official duties to assist in a worldwide undertaking of this kind. The reader will find in these pages all of the laws of each state in the United States, as far as obtainable, which affect in any way and which may be used to throttle the white slave traffic. There will also be found simple directions to be followed by the citizen who becomes acquainted with a white slave case and who desires to have it properly prosecuted. The digest has been made as simple as possible, and technical legal terms and phrases have been avoided where possible in order that every one, be he lawyer or layman, may be able to read and act understandingly. The Committee. United States. The section of the United States statutes which is the basis of the federal prosecutions is known as Section 3 of the Act of February 20th, 1907. It may be found in United States Compiled Statutes, Supplement 1907, page 392. The effect of the Supreme Court decision. The Congress of the United States, on February 20th, 1907, passed what is known as the Immigration Act. This act covers 23 printed pages affecting the immigration of all classes of peoples to the United States. Among other provisions, Section 3 of this act attempted to prohibit the importation of alien women and girls for immoral purposes. This section was made sufficiently broad to prohibit not only the importation, but the keeping, even with the consent of the alien, of any foreign woman or girl for immoral purposes. The act is as follows. Section 3. That the importation into the United States of any alien woman or girl for the purpose of prostitution or for any other immoral purpose is hereby forbidden, and whoever shall, directly or indirectly, import or attempt to import into the United States any alien woman or girl for the purpose of prostitution or for any other immoral purpose, or whoever shall hold or attempt to hold any alien woman or girl for such purpose in pursuance of such illegal importation, or whoever shall keep, maintain, control, support, or harbour in any house or other place for the purpose of prostitution, or for any other immoral purpose, any alien woman or girl, within 3 years after she shall have entered the United States, shall, in every such case, be deemed guilty of a felony, and on conviction thereof be imprisoned not more than 5 years, and pay a fine of not more than $5,000, and any alien woman or girl who shall be found an inmate of a house of prostitution or practising prostitution at any time within 3 years after she shall have entered the United States shall be deemed to be unlawfully within the United States and shall be deported as provided by sections 20 and 21 of this Act. In this section of the Act, under which the prosecutions in the Northern District of Illinois were instituted by United States District Attorney Sims in June of 1908, and which resulted in the imprisonment of so many procurers and keepers of houses of ill fame. Among the cases which were tried before a jury and which resulted in a conviction of the keepers was a case entitled United States v. Keller and Ullman. These defendants were charged with having harboured Irene Bodie, a native of Austria, within 3 years after she had entered the United States, and found guilty by the jury and sentenced to imprisonment in the penitentiary at Fort Leavenworth for 1 1/2 years each. They thereupon prosecuted an appeal to the Supreme Court of the United States, alleging among other things that the law under which they were convicted was unconstitutional, and that the clause keep, maintain, control, support, or harbour attempted to embrace powers not given by the Constitution to Congress, but reserved to the respective states and to be within their police powers. This contention was upheld by the Supreme Court. The result is that so much of Section 3 of the Act of February 20, 1907, as attempted to prosecute a keeper who simply harboured or permitted to be within his house of prostitution an alien woman or girl within 3 years after her arrival in this country was wiped out of the statute, and the section of the Act must now be read as follows. Section 3. That the importation into the United States of any alien woman or girl for the purpose of prostitution, or for any other immoral purpose, is hereby forbidden, and whoever shall, directly or indirectly, import, or attempt to import, into the United States any alien woman or girl for the purpose of prostitution, or any other immoral purpose, or whoever shall hold or attempt to hold any alien woman or girl for any such purpose in pursuance of such illegal importation, shall, in every such case, be deemed guilty of a felony, and on conviction thereof be imprisoned not more than 5 years, and pay a fine of not more than $5,000. And any alien woman or girl who shall be found an inmate of a house of prostitution or practising prostitution at any time within 3 years after she shall have entered the United States shall be deemed to be unlawfully within the United States and shall be deported as provided by sections 20 and 21 of this Act. It will thus be seen, by comparing the Act as originally signed by the President and the Act as it now reads, after the decision of the Supreme Court, that it is necessary in every case to show that the person who holds the alien had directly or indirectly imported the same alien into the United States for immoral purposes. In other words, the federal authorities are now restricted to cases where they are able to prove that the defendant imported the girl prior to the time she was found in his house of prostitution. This will very materially lessen the number of federal prosecutions, as it is extremely difficult in the vast majority of cases to show that the person in whose house the alien was found was in every instance responsible for her importation. It is to be hoped that Congress during its coming session shall see fit to enact remedial legislation which shall correct that clause of the Act declared unconstitutional, or if this shall be found impossible, to at least broaden the present scope of Section 3 of the Immigration Act so that it can be made more comprehensive and far-reaching. Another result of the action of the Supreme Court is to emphasize the great need for legislation by the respective states looking to laws which shall minimize the placing of girls in houses of prostitution within the several states, and which shall prevent the migration from one state to another of women for immoral purposes. Many of the states have already responded. The state of North Dakota has enacted a law to hit white slavery. South Dakota has done the same. Illinois has already passed 2 excellent bills drawn on the lines suggested in the March issue of the Woman's World. The state of Iowa has also enacted a law aimed at white slavery. Procedure. Prosecution for violation of the federal laws rests within the United States District Attorney in the respective districts. The matter should be brought to his attention and the evidence submitted for his examination. The usual procedure is to then present the matter to the federal grand jury, if one be sitting, or to arrest the defendant and prosecute him before a United States Commissioner. Alabama. In Alabama, any person who takes a female from her father, mother, guardian, or other person having the legal charge of her without his or her consent, for the purpose of prostitution or concubinage, shall be imprisoned in the penitentiary not less than 10 nor more than 20 years. Alabama Code 1952, Section 3095, 1871, Chapter 56, Section 3. Any person who takes any female unlawfully against her will, with the intent to compel her, by menace, duress, or force to marry him or any other person, or be defiled, shall on conviction be imprisoned in the penitentiary not less than 10 nor more than 21 years. Alabama Code 1852, Section 3094, 1871, Chapter 56, Section 3. The above section is aimed at one who takes a female with the intent to compel her to suffer the crimes enumerated. There is a further section aimed at the person who actually accomplishes the result intended and covered by the previous section. The latter section is as follows. Any person who takes any female and by menace, duress, or force compels her to marry him or any other person, or be defiled, shall be imprisoned in the penitentiary not less than 10 nor more than 21 years. Alabama Code 1871, Chapter 56, Section 3. It is no defense to a charge of abduction that the elopement was with the consent of the female and at her request, and the burden of proof as to the chastity of the woman abducted in an indictment is upon the defendant. Any parent or guardian or person having charge or custody of a female such as is mentioned by the preceding paragraphs, who permits or encourages or abets in the commission of the crimes above set forth can be punished the same as the person who actually seduces the girl. Alabama Code 1893, Chapter 129, Section 1. Procedure. Report any violation to the prosecuting officer of the county in which the crime was committed. Alaska. That if any person, under promise of marriage, shall seduce and have illicit connection with any unmarried female of previous chaste character, such person, upon conviction thereof, shall be punished by imprisonment in the penitentiary not less than 1 nor more than 5 years, or by imprisonment in the county jail not less than 3 months nor more than 1 year, or by fine not less than $500 nor more than $1,000. A subsequent marriage of the parties, or offer to marry in good faith, is a defense to a violation of this section. Section 123, Chapter 7, Carter's Annotated Alaska Codes. Procedure. Report violation to the district attorney for the district in which the crime is alleged to have been committed. Arizona. Every person who inveigles or entices any female of previous chaste character into any house of ill fame or an assignation, or elsewhere for the purpose of prostitution, or to have illicit carnal connection with any man, and every person who, by any false pretences, false representations, or other fraudulent means, procures any female to have illicit carnal connection with any man, is punishable by imprisonment in the territorial prison not exceeding 5 years, or by imprisonment in the county jail not exceeding 6 months, or by a fine not exceeding $1,000, or by both such fine and imprisonment. Section 235, Chapter 1, Revised Statutes of Arizona, 1901. Every person who takes away any female under the age of 18 years from her father, mother, guardian, or other person having the legal charge of her person, without their consent, for the purpose of prostitution, is punishable by imprisonment in the territorial prison not exceeding 5 years, and a fine not exceeding $1,000. Section 236. Item. Procedure. Report violation to the district attorney for the district in which the crime is alleged to have been committed. California. Every person who, within this state, takes any female person against her will and without her consent, or with her consent produced by fraudulent inducement or misrepresentation for the purpose of prostitution, is punishable by imprisonment in the state prison not exceeding 5 years, and a fine not exceeding $1,000. 266A Penal Code. Every person who takes any female person unlawfully and against her will, and by force, menace, or duress, compels her to live with him in an illicit relation, against her consent, or to so live with any other person, is punishable by imprisonment in the state prison not less than 2 nor more than 4 years. 266B Penal Code. Every person bringing to, or landing within this state, any female person born in the Empire of China or the Empire of Japan, or the islands adjacent thereto, with intent to place her in charge or custody of any other person, and against her will to compel her to reside with him, or for the purpose of selling her to any person whomsoever, is punishable by a fine of not less than $1 nor more than $5,000, or by imprisonment in the county jail not less than 6 nor more than 12 months. 266C Penal Code. Any person who receives any money or other valuable thing for or on account of his placing in custody any female for the purpose of causing her to cohabit with any male to whom she is not married, is guilty of a felony. 266D Penal Code. Every person who purchases or pays any money or other valuable thing for any female person for the purpose of prostitution, or for the purpose of placing her, for immoral purposes, in any house or place against her will, is guilty of a felony. 266E Penal Code. Every person who sells any female person or receives any money or other valuable thing for or on account of his placing in custody, for immoral purposes, any female person, whether with or without her consent, is guilty of a felony. 266F Penal Code. Procedure. Present the facts within your knowledge of the alleged crime to the District Attorney of the county in which the crime is alleged to have been committed. Colorado. Any male or female person, over the age of 18 years, who shall procure, encourage, persuade, induce, or prevail upon any female person of previous chaste character to have sexual intercourse for hire with any male person other than himself shall be deemed guilty of a felony, and upon conviction thereof shall be punished by imprisonment in the penitentiary for not less than 1 year or more than 5 years. Any male person, over the age of 18 years, who shall act as an employee or servant in or about any room, house, or place of prostitution, or who shall engage or insist in operating or managing any room, house, or building for the purpose of carrying on prostitution, or any male or female person, over the age of 18 years, who shall knowingly live on, or be supported in whole or in part by the money or other valuable consideration realized, procured, or earned by any female person through the prostitution of any other female person or persons, shall be deemed guilty of a felony, and upon conviction thereof shall be punished by imprisonment in the penitentiary for not less than 1 year nor more than 5 years. In all prosecutions under this act a husband or wife shall be a competent witness against the other, and the wife may be compelled to testify on behalf of the people in any prosecution under this act wherein her husband shall be a party defendant. Nothing in this act shall be held to alter or in any manner affect the laws relating to incest, the infamous crime against nature, seduction, adultery, rape, fornication, or other kindred offences against the person or the public morals, nor any prosecution for such offences. Session Laws of 1909. Procedure. Present the evidence of the violation believed to have been committed to the City Attorney or District Attorney of the city or county in which the crime is alleged to have been committed. Delaware. Any person having the care, custody, or control of any minor child under the age of 18 years who shall in any manner sell, apprentice, give away, or otherwise dispose of such minor, or any person who shall take, receive, or employ such child for the purpose of prostitution, or any person who shall retain, harbour, or employ any minor child in or about any assignation, house, or brothel, shall be deemed guilty of a misdemeanour, and upon conviction thereof before any justice of the peace or court of record shall be fined not less than $20 nor more than $100 for each and every offence. Section 2, Chapter 150, Volume 16, Laws of Delaware as amended 1895. Procedure. Present the matter to the prosecuting officer of the county in which the crime is alleged to have been committed. Florida. Whoever fraudulently and deceitfully entices or takes away an unmarried woman of a chaste life and conversation from her father's house, or wherever else she may be found, for the purpose of prostitution at a house of ill fame, assignation, or elsewhere, and whoever aids and assists in such abduction for such purpose, shall be punished by imprisonment in the state prison not exceeding 3 years, or in the county jail not exceeding 1 year, or by fine not exceeding $1,000. Section 3523, Florida Statute. Whoever procures for prostitution, or causes to be prostituted, any unmarried female who is under the age of 16 years shall be punished by imprisonment in the state prison not exceeding 10 years. Section 3537, Florida Statutes. Procedure. Present the facts within your knowledge of the alleged crime to the State's Attorney of the county in which the crime is alleged to have been committed. Georgia. The State of Georgia apparently has no law bearing upon the specific crimes enumerated in the various other states. The Attorney General for the state writes as follows: Georgia has no law bearing upon the specific question in issue, but it would be in the very nature of things a crime for any person or persons to assist in inducing girls to houses of ill fame. They would at least be particeps criminis, and under the general laws on the subject, which include all crimes, be punished as principals. Aside from that, as stated, we have no law bearing directly on the subject. Idaho. Every person who inveigles or entices any unmarried female of previous chaste character under the age of 18 years into any house of ill fame or of assignation or elsewhere for the purpose of prostitution, or to have illicit carnal connection with any man, and every person who aids or assists in such inveiglement or enticement, is punishable by imprisonment in the state prison not exceeding 5 years, or by imprisonment in a county jail not exceeding 1 year, or by a fine not exceeding $1,000, or by both such fine and imprisonment. Section 6770, Idaho, Revised Code, Volume 2, 1908. Every person who takes away any female under the age of 18 years from her father, mother, guardian, or other person having the legal charge of a person, without their consent, for the purpose of prostitution, is punishable by imprisonment in the state prison not exceeding 5 years, and a fine not exceeding $1,000. Section 6771, Item. Any proprietor, keeper, manager, conductor, or person having the control of any house of prostitution, or any house or room resorted to for the purpose of prostitution, who shall admit or keep any minor of either sex therein, or any parent or guardian of any such minor who shall admit or keep such minor, or sanction, or connive at the admission or keeping thereof, into or any such house or room, shall be guilty of a misdemeanor. Section 6772, Item. Procedure. Present the facts in the case to the prosecuting attorney of the county in which the crime is alleged to have been committed. Illinois. It is believed that the statutes passed by the recent legislature of Illinois present model laws which may well be copied by any state. These laws are therefore published in full. They are as follows. Session Laws, 1909, page 179. An act to prevent the detention, by debt or otherwise, of female persons in houses of prostitution or other places where prostitution is practised or allowed, and providing for the punishment thereof. Section 1. Be it enacted by the people of the state of Illinois, represented in the General Assembly, that whoever shall by any means keep, hold, detain, against her will, or restrain any female person in a house of prostitution or other place where prostitution is practised or allowed, or whoever shall, directly or indirectly, keep, hold, detain, or restrain, or attempt to keep, hold, detain, or restrain, in any house of prostitution or other place where prostitution is practised or allowed, any female person, by any means, for the purpose of compelling such female person, directly or indirectly, to pay, liquidate, or cancel any debt, dues, or obligations incurred or said to have been incurred by such female person, shall, upon conviction for the first offence under this Act, be punished by imprisonment in the county jail or house of correction for a period of not less than 6 months, nor more than 1 year, and by a fine of not less than $300 and not to exceed $1,000, and upon conviction for any subsequent offence under this Act shall be punished by imprisonment in the penitentiary for a period of not less than 1 year, nor more than 5 years. Session Laws, 1909, page 180. An Act to amend an Act entitled, An Act in relation to pandering, to define and prohibit the same, to provide for punishment thereof, for the competency of certain evidence at the trial thereof, and providing what shall be a defence, approved June 1st, 1908, enforced July 1st, 1908, and also the title of said Act. Be it enacted by the people of the state of Illinois, represented in the General Assembly, that an Act entitled, An Act in relation to pandering, to define and prohibit the same, to provide for the punishment thereof, for the competency of certain evidence at the trial therefor, and providing what shall be a defence, approved June 1st, 1908, enforced July 1st, 1908, including the title of said Act, be amended so as to read as follows. Section 1. Any person who shall procure a female inmate for a house of prostitution, or who, by promises, threats, violence, or by any device or scheme shall cause, induce, persuade or encourage a female person to become an inmate of a house of prostitution, or shall procure a place as inmate in a house of prostitution for a female person, or any person who shall, by promises, threats, violence, or by any device or scheme cause, induce, persuade, or encourage an inmate of a house of prostitution to remain therein as such inmate, or any person who shall, by fraud or artifice, or by duress of person or goods, or by abuse of any position of confidence or authority procure any female person to become an inmate of a house of ill fame, or to enter any place in which prostitution is encouraged or allowed within this state, or to come into this state or leave the state for the purpose of prostitution, or who shall procure any female person who has not previously practised prostitution to become an inmate of a house of ill fame within the state, or to come into the state or leave the state for the purpose of prostitution, or shall receive or give or agree to receive or give any money or thing of value for procuring or attempting to procure any female person to become an inmate of a house of ill fame within this state, or to come into the state or leave the state for the purpose of prostitution, shall be guilty of pandering, and upon first conviction for an offence under this Act shall be punished by imprisonment in the county jail or house of correction for a period of not less than 6 months nor more than 1 year, and by a fine of not less than $300 and not to exceed $1,000, and upon conviction for any subsequent offence under this Act shall be punished by imprisonment in the penitentiary for a period of not less than 1 year nor more than 10 years. Section 2. It shall not be a defence to a prosecution for any of the acts prohibited in the foregoing section that any part of such act or acts shall have been committed outside this state, and the offence shall in such case be deemed and alleged to have been committed, and the offender tried and punished in any county in which the prostitution was intended to be practised, or in which the offence was consummated, or any overt acts in furtherance of the offence should have been committed. Section 3. Any such female person, referred to in the foregoing sections, shall be a competent witness in any prosecution under this Act, to testify for or against the accused as to any transaction or as to any conversation with the accused or by him with another person or persons in her presence, notwithstanding her having married the accused before or after the violation of any of the provisions of this Act, whether called as a witness during the existence of the marriage or after its dissolution. Section 4. The act or state of marriage shall not be a defence to any violation of this Act. Procedure. Report violation to the State's Attorney of the county wherein the crime was committed. If the State's Attorney is not accessible, present the matter to the nearest Justice of the Peace. Indiana. In Indiana, whoever entices or takes away any female of previous chaste character to any place for the purpose of prostitution shall be imprisoned not less than 2 years nor more than 5, or placed in the county jail not exceeding 1 year and fined not exceeding $500. Section 459, Statutes 1907. The keeper of a house of ill fame, or a person who lets a house for the purpose of prostitution, shall be punished by a fine of not less than $10 nor more than 100, to which may be added imprisonment not exceeding 6 months in the county jail. Section 460, Statutes 1907. Whoever induces, decoys, or procures or compels any female under 18 years of age, or causes any female over 18 years of age, against her will, to have sexual intercourse with any person other than himself, or whoever knowingly permits any other person to have sexual intercourse with any female of good repute or chastity upon premises owned or controlled by him, shall be fined not less than $10 nor more than $500, to which may be added imprisonment in the county jail not less than 1 month nor more than 6 months. Section 469, Statutes 1907. Any male person who frequents or visits a house or houses of ill fame or of assignation except as a physician, or who is engaged in or about the house of prostitution, shall upon conviction be fined not less than $10 nor more than $100, and imprisoned in the county jail not less than 10 days nor more than 60 days. Section 470, Statutes 1907. Procedure. Present the facts to a Justice of the Peace or to the prosecuting attorney of the county in which the crime was committed. End of chapter 27, part 1. Read by Inkell. Chapter 27, Part 2 of Fighting the Traffic in Young Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Fighting the Traffic in Young Girls, or War on the White Slave Trade, by Ernest A. Bell. Chapter 27, Part 2, by Harry A. Parkin. Iowa. If any person take or entice away any unmarried female under the age of 18 years for the purpose of prostitution, he shall be imprisoned in the penitentiary not more than 5 years, or be fined not more than $1,000, and imprisoned in the county jail not more than 1 year. Section 4760, Code of Iowa. That any person who shall ask, request, or solicit another to have carnal knowledge with any female for a consideration or otherwise, shall be punished by an imprisonment in the penitentiary not exceeding 5 years, or imprisonment in the county jail not exceeding 1 year, or a fine not exceeding $1,000, or both, such fine and jail imprisonment. Section 4975C, Code of Iowa. Procedure. Present the facts within your knowledge of the alleged crime to the county attorney of the county in which the crime is alleged to have been committed. Louisiana. That any person who shall fraudulently, deceitfully, or by any false representation, entice, abduct, induce, decoy, hire, engage, employ, or take any woman of previous chaste character from her father's house, or from any other place where she may be, for the purpose of prostitution, or for any unlawful sexual intercourse, at a house of ill fame, or at any other place of like character, or elsewhere, and any person who shall knowingly or intentionally aid, abet, assist, devise or encourage any such enticing, abduction, inducing, decoying, hiring, engaging, employing or taking, shall on conviction be punished by imprisonment at hard labour in the penitentiary for not more than 5 years. That any person who shall detain any woman against her will by force, threats, putting in bodily fear, or by any other means, at a house of ill fame, or any other place of any other name or description, for the purpose of prostitution or any unlawful sexual intercourse, and any person who shall aid, abet, advise, encourage or assist in any such detention, shall on conviction be punished by imprisonment at hard labour in the penitentiary for not more than 5 years. That any person who shall unlawfully and carnally know any female idiot or insane or imbecile woman or girl, knowing her to be so, shall on conviction be punished by imprisonment in the state penitentiary at hard labour for not more than 10 years. Act 134, 1890, page 175. Procedure. If the crime is committed within the city of New Orleans, report the matter to the Attorney General or to the District Attorney. If committed outside the city of New Orleans, report the matter to the District Attorney in whose jurisdiction the crime is alleged to have been committed. Kansas. It is unlawful for any person to take away any female under the age of 18 years from her father, mother, guardian, or other person having charge of her person, without their consent, either for the purpose of prostitution or living with her as a concubine. Punishment is confinement at hard labour not to exceed 5 years. Section 2020, General Statutes, 1901. It is unlawful to entice, decoy, place, take or receive any female person under the age of 18 years into any disorderly house for the purpose of prostitution. Any person who has a child in his custody and who shall dispose of it and shall place it where it can be used for an obscene, indecent, or immoral purpose, exhibition, or practice, shall, upon conviction, be confined in the penitentiary for not less than 1 year or more than 2 years. Sections 20 to 35, General Statutes, 1901. Procedure. Report violation to the County Attorney of the county wherein the crime was committed. The County Attorney will prosecute the case. Kentucky. Any person who shall be found guilty of inducing, persuading, aiding or abetting, or enticing any female who has never been married, under the age of 21 years, to enter a house of ill fame, house of prostitution, assignation or bawdy house, whereby such female so induced, persuaded, aided or enticed, shall be seduced and lose her virtue, shall, upon indictment and conviction, be confined in the penitentiary not less than 2 nor more than 5 years. Section 1215, Kentucky Statutes. Procedure. Present the facts within your knowledge of the alleged crime to the County Attorney of the county in which the crime is alleged to have been committed. Maine. Whoever fraudulently and deceitfully entices or takes away an unmarried female from her father's house, or wherever she may be found, for the purpose of prostitution to a house of ill fame, assignation or elsewhere, and whoever aids therein, or secretes such female for such purposes, or whoever inveigles or entices any female, before reputed virtuous, to a house of ill fame, or knowingly conceals or aids in concealing any such female, so enticed, for the purpose of prostitution or lewdness, shall be punished by imprisonment for not less than 1 nor more than 10 years. Chapter 125, Section 10, Revised Statute, Maine. Procedure. Present the facts within your knowledge of the alleged crime to the County Attorney of the county in which the crime is alleged to have been committed. Maryland. The Maryland Code of Public General Laws contains the following statutes relative to the subject in question. Article 27 provides that any person who shall, for the purpose of prostitution, forcibly abduct from the home of her parents or her usual place of abode, any female under the age of 18 years, shall upon conviction be deemed guilty of a misdemeanor and be punished by imprisonment in the penitentiary for a term not exceeding 8 years. For keeping a bawdy house or house of ill fame, Section 18 provides a fine of $500 or imprisonment in jail or the house of correction for a period not exceeding 1 year, or both. Sections 116 and 117 provide a fine of not less than $200 nor more than $1,000, or confinement in jail or the house of correction for a period of 2 months or not more than 12 months, or both fine and imprisonment, for the lessee, manager, etc., of a music hall, resort, or other place of amusement, to employ, allow, or engage female sitters who may partake of any drink, eatables, refreshments, etc., at the expense of some other, or solicit others to purchase the same. Procedure. Report any violation of the above laws which come within your knowledge to the proper prosecuting officer of the county in which the crime was committed. Massachusetts. Whoever fraudulently and deceitfully entices or takes away an unmarried woman of a chaste life from her father's house or wherever else she may be found, for the purpose of prostitution or for the purpose of unlawful sexual intercourse at a house of ill fame or assignation or elsewhere, and whoever aids and assists in such abduction for such purpose, shall be punished by imprisonment in the state prison for not more than 3 years, or in jail for not more than 1 year, or by a fine of not more than $1,000, or by both such fine and imprisonment in jail. Section 2, Chapter 212, Volume 2, Revised Laws of Massachusetts, 1901. Whoever, being the owner of a place or having or assisting in the management or control thereof, induces or knowingly suffers a female under the age of 21 years to resort to or be in or upon such place for the purpose of unlawfully having sexual intercourse shall be punished as provided in Section 3. Section 6. Item. Whoever knowingly sends, or aids or abets in sending, a woman or girl to enter as an inmate or a servant, a house of ill fame or other place resorted to for the purpose of prostitution, shall for each offence be punished by a fine of not less than $100, nor more than $500, or by imprisonment for not less than 3 months, nor more than 2 years. Whoever as a proprietor or keeper of an intelligence or employment office, either personally or through an agent or employee, sends woman or girl to enter as aforesaid a house of ill fame or other place resorted to for the purpose of prostitution, the character of which on reasonable inquiry could have been ascertained by him, shall for each offence be punished by a fine of not less than $50 nor more than $200. Section 8. Item. Whoever, for any length of time, unlawfully detains or attempts to detain, or aids or abets in unlawfully detaining or attempting to detain, or administers or aids in administering any drug for the purpose of detaining, a woman or girl in a house of ill fame or other place resorted to for the purpose of prostitution, shall for each offence be punished by imprisonment in the state prison for not more than 5 years, or in the house of correction for not less than 1 year, nor more than 3 years, or by a fine of not less than $100 nor more than $500. Section 9. Item. Procedure. Present the matter to the prosecuting attorney of the county in which the crime is alleged to have been committed. Michigan. Each person who shall take or entice away any female under the age of 16 years from her father, mother, guardian, or other person having the legal charge of a person, without their consent, either for the purpose of prostitution, concubinage, or marriage, shall be punished by imprisonment in the state not exceeding 3 years, or by imprisonment in the county jail not exceeding 1 year, or by a fine not exceeding $1,000. Section 11,493. Compiled Laws, 1897. Every person who shall keep a house of ill fame, resorted to for the purpose of prostitution or lewdness, and every person who shall solicit, or in any manner induce a female to enter such house for the purpose of becoming a prostitute, or shall by force, fraud, deceit, or in any like manner procure a female to enter such house for the purpose of prostitution, or of becoming a prostitute, shall be deemed guilty of a felony, and upon conviction thereof shall be punished by imprisonment in the state prison not more than 5 years, in the county jail not more than 1 year, or by fine not exceeding $1,000, or by both such fine and imprisonment, in the discretion of the court. Section 11,697. Compiled Laws, 1897. That it shall be unlawful for any person or persons, for any purpose whatever, to take or convey to, or to employ, receive, detain, or suffer to remain in any house of prostitution, house of ill fame, bawdy house, house of assignation, or in any house or place for the resort of prostitutes or other disorderly persons, any female of the age of 17 years or under. Section 11,725. Compiled Laws, 1897. Procedure. Present the facts within your knowledge of the alleged crime to the prosecuting attorney of the county in which the crime is alleged to have been committed. Minnesota. The statutes of Minnesota provide an imprisonment of not more than 2 years, or a fine of not less than $200 or more than $2,000 for any person who induces, entices, or procures, or attempts to induce, entice, or procure any female person to come into the state for the purpose of prostitution or any other immoral purpose, or, being a resident of the state, to induce, entice, or procure a female person to enter a house of ill fame, assignation, or prostitution. Chapter 404, H.F., number 996. Whoever shall hold, detain, or restrain, in any house of ill fame or prostitution, any female person for the purpose of compelling her to pay, liquidate, or cancel any debt, dues, or obligations incurred or said to have been incurred in the house of ill fame or prostitution of which she is an inmate, shall be imprisoned in the state prison for not more than 2 years. Chapter 461, H.F., number 998. Whoever knowingly accepts or receives any of his or her support or maintenance of the proceeds or earnings of a woman engaged in prostitution shall be imprisoned in the state penitentiary not less than 1 year, nor more than 3 years. Chapter 475, H.F., number 999. Procedure. Present the facts to the prosecuting attorney of the county in which the crime is alleged to have been committed. Mississippi. The statutes of Mississippi punish any person who shall take any female under the age of 14 years against her will and by force, menace, fraud, deceit, stratagem or duress, compel or induce her to be defiled, by imprisonment in the penitentiary not less than 5 nor more than 15 years. Section 1025, Statutes of Mississippi. Every person who takes, carries away, decoys or entices any child under 14 years of age from its parents or other person having charge of such child for the purpose of prostitution or other immoral purpose shall upon conviction be imprisoned in the penitentiary not exceeding 10 years or in the county jail not more than 1 year or fined not more than $1,000 or both. Section 1079, Statutes of Mississippi. Any person who shall seduce and have illicit connection with any female child under the age of 18 years of previous chaste character shall upon conviction be imprisoned in the penitentiary not more than 10 years, but the testimony of the female seduced alone shall not be sufficient for conviction. Section 1081, Statutes of Mississippi. Procedure. Prosecution under the above statutes may be commenced by making affidavit before a justice of the peace, setting forth the crime alleged to have been committed. The justice may then hear the matter and impose sentence if within his authority, or, if not, bind the accused to wait the action of the grand jury. If the grand jury is in session, the evidence should be submitted to this body and request for indictment made. Missouri. If any person shall, by any fraudulent representations, artifice or deception, decoy, entice, or take away any female of previous chaste character from where she may be to a house of ill fame or brothel or elsewhere, for the purpose of prostitution, and every person who shall advise or assist in such abduction shall be deemed guilty of a felony, and upon conviction thereof shall be punished by imprisonment in the penitentiary not exceeding 5 years, or by imprisonment in the county jail not exceeding 6 months, or by a fine of not less than $50, or by both such fine and imprisonment. Missouri Annotated Statutes, 1906, Section 1843. Montana. Every person who takes away any female under the age of 18 years from her father, mother, guardian, or other person having the legal charge of her person, without their consent, for the purpose of prostitution, is punishable by imprisonment in the state prison not exceeding 5 years, and a fine not exceeding $1,000. Section 8343, Revised Codes of Montana, 1907. Any proprietor, keeper, manager, conductor, or person having the control of any house of prostitution, or any house or room resorted to for the purpose of prostitution, who shall admit or keep any minor of either sex therein, or any parent or guardian of any such minor who shall admit or keep such minor, or sanction or connive at the admission or keeping thereof into or any such house or room shall be guilty of a misdemeanor. Section 8378, idem. Procedure. Report violation to the prosecuting attorney of the county in which the crime is alleged to have been committed. Nebraska. That it shall be unlawful for any person or persons to allow, keep, maintain or harbour any girl under 18 years of age, or any boy under 21 years of age in any house of ill fame or any house of bad repute, and any person found guilty of violating any of the provisions of this act shall be deemed guilty of a misdemeanor and, on conviction thereof, shall be fined in any sum not exceeding $100, nor less than $25, or be imprisoned in the county jail not more than 30 days, and shall stand committed until such fine and costs are paid. Section 3755, Compiled Statutes, annotated 1909. If any person or person shall induce, decoy, entice, hire, engage, employ, or compel any female under 18 years of age, or if any person or person shall cause, by compulsion or otherwise, any female over 18 years of age, against her will, to have illicit carnal intercourse with any person other than the person so inducing, decoying, enticing, hiring, engaging, employing, or causing such female to have such illicit carnal intercourse, or if any person or persons shall knowingly permit or allow any other person to have illicit intercourse with any female of good repute for chastity, at the house, residence, or upon the premises owned or controlled by such person or persons, the person or persons so offending shall be imprisoned in the penitentiary for not more than 5 years. Section 7876, Compiled Statutes, annotated 1909. Procedure. Present the facts within your knowledge of the alleged crime to the county attorney of the county in which the crime is alleged to have been committed. Nevada. Every person who shall take any woman unlawfully, against her will, and by force, menace, or duress, compel her to marry him, or to marry any other person, or to be defiled, and shall be thereof convicted, shall be punished by imprisonment in the state prison for a term not less than 2, nor more than 14 years, and the record of such conviction shall operate as a divorce to the party so married. Section 4707, Compiled Laws of Nevada, 1861 to 1900, incorporated. Procedure: report violation to the district attorney for the district in which the crime is alleged to have been committed. New Hampshire. New Hampshire has the following statute. If any person shall wilfully or deceitfully entice or carry away a female child under the age of 18 years with the intent or for the purpose of prostitution or illicit sexual intercourse, he shall be imprisoned not exceeding 3 years and be fined not exceeding $5,000. Section 8, Chapter 272, Public Statutes, New Hampshire. Procedure: the prosecuting officers in New Hampshire are the select men of the various towns, the solicitors of cities and counties, and the attorney general of the state. In case a violation becomes known to you, it should be reported to one or the other of these officials for proper action. New Jersey. Any person who shall convey or take away any woman, child, unmarried, whether legitimate or illegitimate, under the age of 16 years, out or from the possession, custody or governance, and against the will of the father, mother, or guardian of such woman, child, though with her own consent, with an intent to contract matrimony with her, or with an intent to carnally abuse her, or to use her for immoral purposes, or to cause or procure her to be carnally abused by another, or to be used for immoral purposes by another, his aiders and abettors, shall be guilty of a misdemeanor, and if he contract matrimony with her, without the consent of her father, mother, or guardian, he shall be guilty of a high misdemeanor, and every such marriage shall be void, and any person who shall permit, suffer, or procure any woman child under the age of 16 years, whether single or married, with or without her consent, to be carnally abused by another, or to be forced for immoral purposes by another, in any house, room, or place, public or private, kept by or under the control or management of such person, shall be guilty of a high misdemeanor. Section 117, Chapter 65, Session Laws of New Jersey, 1906. Procedure: report violation to the prosecutor of police of the county in which the crime is alleged to have been committed. New Mexico. Any person or persons who shall entice away and seduce or carry off any woman who may be a minor under the care of her parents, relations, or guardian, such persons who shall so do, or shall have them in their possession for evil purposes, upon complaint of any person, shall be fined in any sum not exceeding $100, nor less than 80, or with imprisonment for any term not exceeding 1 year, nor less than 8 months. Section 1349, Compiled Laws of New Mexico, 1897. Any father or mother or guardian who shall surrender up in bad faith any woman under their charge, on complaint being made thereof, shall be punished as prescribed in Section 1349, Section 1350, Compiled Laws of New Mexico, 1897. Procedure: present the fact within your knowledge of the alleged crime to the district attorney of the county in which the crime is alleged to have been committed. New York. Section 2460, Compulsory Prostitution of Women. 1. Any person who shall place any female in the charge of custody of any other person for immoral purposes, or in a house of prostitution with intent that she shall live a life of prostitution, or any person who shall compel any female to reside with him or with any other person for immoral purposes, or for the purposes of prostitution, or shall compel any such female to reside in a house of prostitution, or compel her to live a life of prostitution, is punishable by a fine of not less than $1,000, nor more than $5,000. Or by imprisonment for not less than 1 year, nor more than 3 years, or by both such fine and such imprisonment. 2. Any person who shall receive any money or other valuable thing for or on account of placing in a house of prostitution or elsewhere any female for the purpose of causing her to cohabit with any male person or persons to whom she is not married shall be guilty of a misdemeanor. 3. Any person who shall pay any money or other valuable thing to procure any female for the purpose of placing her for immoral purposes in any house of prostitution or elsewhere against her will, shall be fined not less than $1,000, nor more than $5,000, and be imprisoned for a period not less than 1 year, nor more than 3 years. 4. Every person who shall knowingly receive any money or other valuable thing for or on account of procuring and placing in the custody of another person for immoral purposes any woman, with or without her consent, is punishable by imprisonment not exceeding 5 years and a fine not exceeding $1,000. A person who takes, receives, employs, harbours or uses, or causes or procures to be taken, received, employed, or harboured or used a female under the age of 18 years for the purpose of prostitution, or, not being her husband, for the purpose of sexual intercourse, or, without the consent of her father, mother, guardian, or other person having legal charge of her person, for the purpose of marriage, or inveigles or entices an unmarried female of previous chaste character into a house of ill fame or of assignation, or elsewhere, for the purpose of prostitution or sexual intercourse, or takes or detains a female unlawfully against her will, for the intent to compel her, by force, menace, or duress, to marry him, or to marry any other person, or to be defiled, or, being parent, guardian, or other person having legal charge of the person of a female under the age of 18 years, consents to her taking or detaining by any person for the purpose of prostitution or sexual intercourse, is guilty of abduction and punishable by imprisonment for not more than 10 years, or by a fine of not more than $1,000, or by both. Section 70, Constitutional Laws of New York, 1909, Volume 41. Procedure. Present the facts within your knowledge of the alleged crime to the District Attorney of the county in which the crime is alleged to have been committed. North Carolina. If any person shall unlawfully, carnally know or abuse any female child over 10 and under 14 years of age who has never before had sexual intercourse with any person, he shall be guilty of a felony and fined or imprisoned in the state prison in the discretion of the court. Section 3348, Volume 2, Pell's Revised Law of 1908. If anyone shall conspire to abduct, or by any means shall induce a child under the age of 14 years, who shall reside with any of the persons designated in the preceding section, or at school, to leave the persons aforesaid or the school, he shall be guilty of a like offence, and on conviction shall be punished as prescribed in the preceding section, provided that no one who may be in nearer blood relation to the child than the persons named in said section shall be indicted for either of said offences. Section 3359, Volume 2, Pell's Revised Law of 1908. Procedure. Present the facts within your knowledge of the alleged crime to the prosecuting officer of the county in which the crime is alleged to have been committed. North Dakota. Every person who inveigles or entices any unmarried female of previous chaste character into any house of ill fame or of assignation, or elsewhere, for the purpose of prostitution, and every person who aids or assists in such abduction for such purpose, is punishable by imprisonment in the penitentiary for not less than 1 and not exceeding 5 years, or by imprisonment in the county jail not exceeding 1 year, or by a fine not exceeding $1,000, or by both such fine and imprisonment. Section 8899, Laws of North Dakota, 1909. Any person who shall detain any woman against her will by force, threats, putting in bodily fear, or by any other means, at a house of ill fame, or any other place of any other name or description, for the purpose of prostitution, or for unlawful sexual intercourse, or who shall aid, abet, advise, encourage, or assist in such detention, shall be guilty of a felony, and upon conviction thereof, shall be punished by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for a period not to exceed 3 years, or by imprisonment in the county jail not to exceed 1 year, or by a fine not to exceed $1,000, or by both such fine and imprisonment. Act of March 16, 1909. Every person who takes any woman unlawfully against her will, with the intent to compel her by force, menace, or duress to marry him, or to marry any other person, or to be defiled, is punishable by imprisonment in the penitentiary not less than 1 and not exceeding 10 years. Section 8898, Revised Codes of North Dakota, 1905. Every person who inveigles or entices any unmarried female of previously chaste character under the age of 20 years into any house of ill fame or of assignation or elsewhere with the purpose of prostitution, and every person who aids or assists any such abduction for such purpose, is punishable by imprisonment in the penitentiary not less than 1 and not exceeding 5 years, or by imprisonment in the county jail not exceeding 1 year, or by a fine not exceeding $1,000, or by both such fine and imprisonment. Section 8899, Revised Codes of North Dakota, 1905. Every person who takes away any female under the age of 18 years from her father, mother, guardian, or other person having the legal charge of a person, without the consent of such father, mother, guardian, or other person having the legal charge of a person, or any friendless female under the age of 18 years, either for the purpose of concubinage or prostitution, is punishable by imprisonment in the penitentiary not less than 1 and not exceeding 5 years, or in the county jail not exceeding 1 year, or by fine not exceeding $1,000, or by both. 8900, Revised Codes of North Dakota, 1905. Procedure. Present the facts within your knowledge of the alleged crime to the State Attorney of the county in which the crime is alleged to have been committed. Ohio. Whoever induces, decoys, or procures any female person under 18 years of age to have sexual intercourse with any person other than himself, or to enter any house of assignation or any house of ill fame for the purpose of seduction or prostitution, or knowingly permits any person to have illicit intercourse with any female person of good repute for chastity, upon premises owned or controlled by him, or any keeper of a house of assignation or house of ill fame, who detains or harbours therein any female person under 18 years of age, shall be imprisoned in the penitentiary not more than 5 years, nor less than 1 year. Section 7023, Bates Annotated Ohio Statutes, Volume 3, page 3387. Whoever in a wine room, saloon, or restaurant, or elsewhere, gives, offers, or furnishes to any female of good repute for chastity, over 18 years of age, or to any female under 18 years of age, any wine or other intoxicating liquors, with intent thereby to enable himself to have sexual intercourse, or to aid or assist any person in accomplishing or having sexual intercourse with such female, shall be imprisoned in the penitentiary not more than 3 years, nor less than 1 year. Section 7023A, Bates Annotated Ohio Statutes, Volume 3, page 3387. Procedure. Present the facts within your knowledge of the alleged crime to the prosecuting attorney of the county in which the crime is alleged to have been committed. End of Chapter 27, Part 2. Read by Inkell. Chapter 27, Part 3 of Fighting the Traffic in Young Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Fighting the Traffic in Young Girls, or War on the White Slave Trade, by Ernest A. Bell. Chapter 27, Part 3 by Harry A. Parkin. Oklahoma. Whoever takes any woman unlawfully against her will, with the intent to compel her by force, menace, or duress, to marry him, or to marry any other person, or to be defiled, is punishable by imprisonment not exceeding 10 years. Section 1824, General Statutes of Oklahoma, 1908, annotated. Whoever inveigles or entices an unmarried female of previous chaste character under the age of 25 years into any house of ill fame or of assignation or elsewhere for the purpose of prostitution, and every person who aids or assists in such abduction for such purpose, is punishable by imprisonment not exceeding 5 years, or by imprisonment not exceeding 1 year, or by a fine not exceeding $1,000, or by both such fine and imprisonment. Section 1825, General Statutes of Oklahoma, 1908, annotated. Whoever takes away any female under the age of 15 years from a father, mother, guardian, or other person having the legal charge of a person without their consent, either for the purpose of marriage, concubinage, or prostitution, is punishable by imprisonment not exceeding 5 years, or by imprisonment not less than 1 year, or by a fine not exceeding $1,000, or by both such fine and imprisonment. Section 1826, General Statutes of Oklahoma, 1908, annotated. Procedure. Present the facts within your knowledge of the alleged crime to the county attorney of the county in which the crime is alleged to have been committed. Oregon. If any person shall take away any female under the age of 16 years from a father, mother, guardian, or other person having the legal charge of a person, without the consent of such father, mother, guardian, or other person, either for the purpose of marriage, concubinage, or prostitution, such person, upon conviction thereof, shall be punished by imprisonment in the penitentiary not less than 1 nor more than 2 years, or by imprisonment in the county jail not less than 3 months nor more than 1 year, or by fine not less than $100 nor more than $500. Section 1928, Ballinger and Cotton's Annotated Codes and Statutes of Oregon, Volume 1. Any male person who lives with a prostitute, or who lives in whole or in part of, or accepts any of the earnings of a prostitute, or solicits or attempts to solicit any male person or persons to have sexual intercourse with a prostitute, shall be deemed guilty of a felony, and upon conviction thereof, shall be punished by imprisonment in the penitentiary not less than 1 year nor more than 5 years, or by fine in any sum not less than $1,000 nor more than $5,000. Act February 11th, 1905. Procedure. Present the facts within your knowledge of the alleged crime to the prosecuting or district attorney of the county in which the crime is alleged to have been committed. Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania enacted on May 1st last one of the statutes recommended by the Committee for the several states. It is the act aimed at the procurer, and is as follows: Be it enacted, etc., that any person whosoever, who shall induce, entice, or procure, or attempt to induce, entice, or procure into the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania any woman or girl for the purpose of prostitution, or for any other immoral purpose, shall be guilty of a misdemeanor, and, upon conviction, be imprisoned for a period of not less than 1 or more than 5 years, and be fined not exceeding $5,000. Procedure. Application should be made to the proper prosecuting officer of the county in which the crime is alleged to have been committed. Rhode Island. Rhode Island presents some excellent statutes. They are particularly broad and comprehensive. They are as follows. Whoever shall unlawfully and carnally know and abuse any girl under the age of 16 years shall be imprisoned not exceeding 15 years. Chapter 281, Section 3, Revised Statutes of Rhode Island, 1896. Whoever shall attempt to have unlawful carnal knowledge of any girl under the age of 16 years shall be imprisoned not exceeding 10 years. Chapter 281, Section 4, Item. Whoever by threats or intimidation procures or induces, or attempts to procure or induce, any woman or girl to have any unlawful carnal connection either with himself or with any other person, or by false pretences, false representations, or other fraudulent means, procures or induces any woman or girl, not being a common prostitute or of known immoral character, to have unlawful carnal connection either with himself or with any other person, or applies, administers to, or causes to be taken by any woman or girl any drug, matter or thing with intent to stupefy or overpower so as thereby to enable himself or any other person to have unlawful carnal connection with such woman or girl, or, being above the age of 18 years, shall by any means whatsoever procure or induce any girl under the age of 18 years, and not of known immoral character, to have any unlawful carnal connection either with himself or with any other person, shall be imprisoned not exceeding 5 years, provided, however, that no person shall be convicted of an offence under this section upon the evidence of one witness only, unless such witness be corroborated by other evidence. Chapter 281, Section 5, Item. Every person who shall inveigle or entice any woman or female child, before reputed virtuous, or any female child under 14 years of age not proven by the defendant to have been of previous bad character, to a house of ill fame, or who shall knowingly conceal, or aid or abet in concealing any such woman or female child so inveigled or enticed, for the purpose of prostitution or lewdness, shall be imprisoned not exceeding 5 years, or be fined not exceeding $5,000. Chapter 281, Section 6, Item. Whenever there is reason to believe that any woman or female child has been inveigled or enticed to a house of ill fame as aforesaid, upon complaint thereof being made, under oath, by any overseer of the poor, sheriff, deputy sheriff, town sergeant or constable, or by the parent, master or guardian of such woman or female child, to any justice or clerk of a district court authorized to issue such warrants, such justice or clerk may issue his warrant, to enter by day or night such house or houses of ill fame, and to search for such woman or female child, and to bring her and the person in whose possession or keeping she may be found, before such district court, who may, on examination, order her to be delivered to such overseer, parent, master or guardian, or to be discharged, as law and justice may require. Chapter 281, Section 7, Item. Procedure. If a violation is alleged to have occurred within the county in which you reside, present the matter to a justice or to any clerk of a district court of the state, and he will issue a warrant for the arrest of the defendant and proceed to prosecute the case. South Carolina. Whoever, above the age of 14 years, shall unlawfully take or convey, or cause to be taken or conveyed, any maid or woman child unmarried, being within the age of 16 years, out of or from the possession and against the will of the father or mother of such child, or out of or from the possession and against the will of such person or persons as then shall happen to have, by any lawful ways or means, the order, keeping, education, or governance of any such maiden or woman child, shall, on conviction, suffer imprisonment for the space of 2 years, or else shall pay such fine as shall be adjudged by the court. Section 287, Criminal Code. Whoever shall so take away, or cause to be taken away, as aforesaid, and defires any such maid or woman child, as aforesaid, or shall, against the will or unknowing of, or to the father of any such maid or woman child, if the father be in life, or against the will or unknowing of the mother of any such maid or woman child, having the custody of governance of such child, if the father be dead, by secret letters, messages, or otherwise, contract matrimony with any such maid or woman child, shall, on conviction, suffer imprisonment for 5 years, or shall pay such fine as shall be adjudged by the court, one moiety of which fine shall be for the state, and the other moiety to the parties grieved. Section 288, Criminal Code. Procedure. Present the facts within your knowledge of the alleged crime to the prosecuting attorney of the county in which the crime is alleged to have been committed. South Dakota. It is unlawful to inveigle or entice an unmarried female of previous chaste character under the age of 25 years into any house or other place for the purpose of prostitution. The law punishes a person thus guilty, and every person who aids or assists in such violation, by confinement of not less than 5 nor more than 20 years in the state prison, or a fine of $1,000, or both such fine and imprisonment. Section 334, Revised Penal Code, 1903, as amended. Every person who takes away any female under the age of 18 years from her father, mother, guardian, or other person having the legal charge of such female, without their consent, either for marriage or prostitution or concubinage, is also punishable by the same imprisonment and fine. Section 335, Revised Penal Code, 1903, as amended. Every person who, under promise of marriage, seduces or has illicit connection with any unmarried female of previous chaste character is punishable by imprisonment in the state prison by the same fine and imprisonment as provided under Section 334. Section 336, Revised Penal Code, as amended. Procedure: present the facts to the prosecuting attorney of the county in which the crime is alleged to have been committed. Tennessee. Any person who inveigles or entices any female, before reputed virtuous, to a house of ill fame, or knowingly conceals, or aids and abets in concealing, such female so deluded or enticed, for the purpose of prostitution or lewdness, shall be punished by imprisonment in the penitentiary not less than 2 nor more than 10 years. Section 6768, Shannon's Code, 1896. Any person who takes any female from her father, mother, guardian, or other person having the legal charge of her without her consent, for the purpose of prostitution or concubinage, shall, upon conviction, be imprisoned in the penitentiary not less than 10 nor more than 21 years. Section 6462, Item. Procedure: present the matter to the county attorney of the county in which the crime is alleged to have been committed. Texas. Abduction is the false imprisonment of a woman with intent to force her into a marriage or for the purpose of prostitution. Article 629, Chapter 6, Revised Statutes of Texas, 1896. If a female under the age of 14 be taken for the purpose of marriage or prostitution from a parent, guardian, or other person having the legal charge of her, it is abduction, whether she consent or not, and although a marriage afterward takes place between the parties. Section 630, Item. The offence of abduction is complete if the female be detained as long as 12 hours, although she may afterwards be relieved from such detention without marriage or prostitution. Section 631, Item. Any person who shall be guilty of abduction shall be punished by fine not exceeding $2,000. If by reason of such abduction a woman be forced into marriage, the punishment shall be confinement in the penitentiary not less than 2 nor more than 5 years. And if by reason of such abduction a woman be prostituted, the punishment shall be confinement in the penitentiary not less than 3 nor more than 20 years. Section 632, Item. Procedure: report the alleged violation to the district attorney or the county attorney within the district or county where the crime is alleged to have been committed. The matter may also be presented to a justice of the peace, in which event the county attorney should be notified. Utah. The statutes of Utah, which have been strengthened by a recent enactment which prohibits the sending of female help to places of ill repute. This section is as follows: Any employment agent who shall knowingly send out any female help to any place of bad repute, house of ill fame, or assignation house, or to any house or place of amusement kept for immoral purposes, shall be liable to pay a fine of not less than $100, and shall be imprisoned not less than 90 days, and on conviction thereof in any court shall have his, its, or their license rescinded. Chapter 21, Section 6, Laws of Utah, 1909. Other portions of the statutes of Utah which directly affect the subject of white slavery are as follows: Every person who inveigles or entices any female of previous chaste character into any house of ill fame or of assignation, or elsewhere, for the purpose of prostitution, or to have carnal connection with any male, and every person who aids or assists such abduction for such purpose, is punishable by imprisonment in the state prison not exceeding 5 years, or by imprisonment in the county jail not exceeding 1 year, or by a fine not exceeding $1,000, or by both. Section 4222, Compiled Laws of Utah, 1907. Every person who takes away any female under the age of 18 years from her father, mother, guardian, or other person having the legal charge of a person, with or without their consent, for the purpose of prostitution, is punishable by imprisonment in the state prison not exceeding 5 years, or by a fine not exceeding $1,000, or both. Section 4223, Item. Procedure: the proper procedure to be taken is to present the matter to the prosecuting attorney of the county in which the crime was committed. Full detailed information respecting the proper procedure under these statutes may be found by referring to Title 91, Chapter 1, Laws of Utah, 1907. Vermont. A person who keeps a house of ill fame, resorted to for the purpose of prostitution or lewdness, whether the same be occupied or frequented by one or more females, shall be imprisoned not more than 4 years, or fined not more than $300. Section 5893, Public Statutes of Vermont, 1906. Procedure: present the facts in the case to the State's Attorney of the county in which the crime is alleged to have been committed. Virginia. If any person take away or detain, against her will, any female with intent to marry or defile her, or cause her to be married or defiled by another person, or take from any person, having lawful charge of her, a female under 16 years of age, for the purpose of concubinage or prostitution, shall be confined in the penitentiary not less than 3 nor more than 10 years, and every person who shall assist or aid in such abduction or detention for such purpose shall be guilty of a felony, and shall, upon conviction thereof, be punished by confinement in the penitentiary not less than 2 nor more than 5 years. Section 3678, Virginia Code, 1904. Procedure. Report alleged violation to a justice of the peace or the prosecuting attorney in the county in which the crime is alleged to have been committed. Washington. If any person take or entice away any unmarried female under the age of 18 years from her father, mother, guardian, or other person having the legal charge of a person, without their consent, for the purpose of prostitution, he shall, upon conviction, be punished with imprisonment in the penitentiary for not more than 3 years, or by fine of not more than $2,000, and imprisonment in the county jail not more than 1 year. Section 7065, Ballinger's Code, 1897. It shall be unlawful for any child or children, boy or girl, under the age of 18 years, to enter into or become an inmate of any house or houses of prostitution, or rooms where the same is conducted, either as messengers, servants, or for any other purpose whatever, whether the same be under license or otherwise. Section 7254, Ballinger's Code, 1897. Any person or persons owning, operating, or maintaining any of the places enumerated in the 3 preceding sections of this chapter, permitting or allowing in any way whatever any child or children, boy or girl, under 18 years of age, to enter the same, shall be deemed guilty of a misdemeanor, and upon conviction thereof shall be fined in a sum not less than $50, or by imprisonment in the county jail not exceeding 90 days, or by both such fine and imprisonment. Section 7256, Item. Every person who 1. Shall take a female under the age of 18 years for the purpose of prostitution or sexual intercourse, or without the consent of her father, mother, guardian, or other person having legal charge of her person, for the purpose of marriage, or 2. Shall inveigle or entice any unmarried female of previously chaste character into a house of ill fame or assignation, or elsewhere, for the purpose of prostitution, or 3. Shall take or detain a woman unlawfully against her will, with intent to compel her by force, menace, or duress, to marry him or another person, or to be defiled, or 4. Being the parent, guardian, or other person having legal charge of the person of a female under the age of 18 years, shall consent to her taking or detention by any person for the purpose of prostitution or sexual intercourse, or for any obscene, indecent, or immoral purpose, shall be guilty of abduction and punished by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for not more than 10 years, or by a fine of not more than $1,000, or by both. Section 187, Chapter 249, Session Laws of Washington, 1909. Every person who 1. Shall place a female in the charge or custody of another person for immoral purposes, or in a house of prostitution, with intent that she shall live a life of prostitution, or who shall compel any female to reside with him or with any other person for immoral purposes, or for the purposes of prostitution, or 2. Shall ask or receive any compensation, gratuity or reward, or promise thereof, for or on account of placing in a house of prostitution or elsewhere any female for the purpose of causing her to cohabit with any male person or persons not her husband, or 3. Shall give, offer, or promise any compensation, gratuity or reward, to procure any female for the purpose of placing her for immoral purposes in any house of prostitution or elsewhere against her will, or 4. Being the husband of any woman, or the parent, guardian, or other person having legal charge of the person of a female under the age of 18 years, shall connive at, consent to, or permit her being or remaining in any house of prostitution or leading a life of prostitution, or 5. Shall live with or accept any earnings of woman prostitute, or entice or solicit any person to go to a house of prostitution for any immoral purpose, or to have sexual intercourse with a woman prostitute, shall be punished by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for not more than 5 years, or by a fine of not more than $2,000. Section 188, Item. Procedure. Report the facts of the case to the prosecuting attorney of the county in which the crime is alleged to have been committed. West Virginia. If any person take away or detain against her will a female, with intent to marry or defile her, or cause her to be married or defiled by another person, or take away any person having lawful charge of her, a female child under 14 years of age, for the purpose of prostitution or concubinage, he shall be confined in the penitentiary not less than 3 nor more than 10 years. Section 4215, West Virginia Code, 1906. Procedure. report the facts of the alleged crime with the new knowledge to the nearest justice of the peace of the county in which the crime was committed, or refer the matter to the prosecuting attorney of the same county. Wisconsin. The Wisconsin laws are particularly far-reaching. The extent and broad scope of the statutes of the state may be seen upon reading the statutes verbatim, which are herewith given. They are as follows. Section 4581A. Any person who, by force, threats, promises, or any other means or inducements, shall entice, inveigle, solicit, induce, or take any unmarried female of previous chaste character of the age of 16 years or under from her father, mother, guardian, or other person having the legal care or custody of any such female, or from her house or other place of abode, wherever she may be, for the purpose of seduction, prostitution, or with intent to seduce, defile, deflower, or for the purpose of entering, causing, inducing, or procuring her to enter any house of ill fame, assignation, or other place of prostitution, for the purpose of prostitution, either temporarily or as an inmate of any such house or place, and any person who shall directly or indirectly cause, procure, aid, assist, knowingly permit or abet in any manner the seduction, defilement, deflowering, or the having of illicit intercourse with any such female by any person, either at her home or other place of abode or elsewhere, shall be punished by imprisonment in the state prison not more than 10 years, nor less than 1 year, or by fine not exceeding $1,000. Section 4581B. Any person who shall fraudulently, deceitfully, or by any of the false representations entice, abduct, induce, decoy, hire, engage, employ, or take any woman over 16 years of age and of previous chaste character from her father's house or from any other place where she may be for the purpose of aforesaid shall be punished by imprisonment in the state prison not less than 5 years nor more than 15 years. Section 4581C. Any person who shall, by any such means as are mentioned in the next preceding section, entice, abduct, induce, decoy, hire, engage, employ, or take in any manner any female from her home or from any other place where she may be, for the purpose of prostitution or for unlawful sexual intercourse, and for any person who shall knowingly or intentionally aid, abet, assist, advise, or encourage the doing of any such act for the purpose aforesaid shall be punished by imprisonment in the state prison not more than 5 years nor less than 1 year. Section 4581D. Any person who shall detain any woman against her will by force, threats, putting in bodily fear, or by any other means at a house of ill fame, or any other place of any name or description whatever, for the purpose of prostitution or for unlawful sexual intercourse, and any person who shall aid, abet, advise, assist, or encourage in such detention shall be punished by imprisonment in the state prison not more than 15 years nor less than 5 years. Section 4581E. Any person, being the owner, lessee, or occupant of any premises, or having, in whole or in part, the management or control thereof, who induces or knowingly permits any female under 21 years of age to resort to, or be in, or upon such premises for the purpose of prostitution or unlawful sexual intercourse, shall be punished by imprisonment in the state prison not more than 5 years, nor less than 1 year. Section 4581F. Any person who shall solicit, induce, encourage, or entice, by fraudulent or deceitful representations intended or naturally tending to induce, entice, or encourage, an unmarried woman of previous chaste character to leave her father's house or any other place where she may be found for the purpose of prostitution or for the purpose of unlawful sexual intercourse at a house of ill fame or assignation, and any person who shall in any manner aid, abet, or assist in any such solicitation for such purpose shall be punished by imprisonment in the county jail for not less than 6 months or by imprisonment in the state prison not to exceed 1 year. Procedure. Present all facts regarding violation of the above statute to the district attorney in whose county the offence is alleged to have been committed. Wyoming. Wyoming has the following statutes respecting the seduction and enticing way of females for the purpose of prostitution. Any male person who, under promise of marriage, shall have illicit carnal intercourse with any female of good repute for chastity, under the age of 21 years, shall be deemed guilty of seduction, and shall be imprisoned in the penitentiary not more than 5 years, or be imprisoned in the county jail not more than 12 months. Section 5057, Revised Statutes of Wyoming, 1899. Whoever entices or takes away any female of good repute for chastity from wherever she may be to a house of ill fame or elsewhere, for the purpose of prostitution, shall be imprisoned in the penitentiary not more than 5 years, or may be imprisoned in the county jail not more than 12 months. Section 5058, Revised Statutes of Wyoming, 1899. Whoever induces, decoys, procures, or compels any female under 18 years of age, or causes any female over 18 years of age, against her will, to have sexual intercourse with any person other than himself, or knowingly permits any other person to have sexual intercourse with any female of good repute for chastity, upon premises owned or controlled by him, shall be imprisoned in the penitentiary not more than 5 years, or may be imprisoned in the county jail not more than 6 months. Section 5064, Revised Statutes of Wyoming, 1899. Wyoming is to be commended also for having the following statute respecting persons known as pimps. Whoever being a male person frequents houses of ill fame, or of assignation, or associates with females known or reputed as prostitutes, or frequents gambling houses with prostitutes, or is engaged in or about a house of prostitution, is a pimp, and shall be fined in any sum not more than $100, and be imprisoned in the county jail not more than 60 days. Section 5065, Revised Statutes of Wyoming, 1899. Procedure. Report violation to the prosecuting officer of the county in which the crime was committed. End of chapter 27, part 3. Read by Inkell.
Chapter 30 of Fighting the Traffic in Young Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ruth Mapstone. Fighting the Traffic in Young Girls, or War on the White Slave Trade, by Ernest A. Bell. Chapter 30. A Pastor's Part. Melbourne P. Boynton, pastor of the Lexington Avenue Baptist Church, Chicago. At the request of the publishers, this chapter will be very largely the relation of personal experiences in the war on the white slave trade. The personal pronoun is used in obedience to instructions. After all, that is the most useful testimony, which grows out of what one has seen and heard. It is just 12 years since my pastorate at the Lexington Avenue Church began. Half of that period had passed before I became really interested and informed concerning the strange thing now so widely known as the white slave traffic. What is this? Do you mean to tell me that girls and young women are bought and sold? Is it true that vile men own young women and live upon their earnings, the wages of sin? Is there a market to which these girls are brought, and from which they are sent into parts of the land? Are many of them tricked into infamous dens through promised employment, and then locked in and kept for weeks and months, and made to toil and respond to demands that at last break their hearts and drown their hopes? Are there men who spend their whole time traveling about the country, getting acquainted with nice-looking girls in the country stores, hotels, schools, and even the homes, using every device, not stopping short of marriage, till they have sold their victims into the life that no language can describe and no clean mind imagine? Yes, oh yes, it is more than true. When all this proved itself to my conscience, the facts burned themselves into my very heart. The call was so loud that response was immediate. But there were so few trying to do anything to stop the traffic. Rescue work was being done, but the trade went on. The wicked men and women who bought and sold were not interfered with. The laws were weak, and there were many loopholes. The workers were not of the earth's mighty, and none of the churches and ministers were actively engaged. Here and there was a mission. Now and then a home opened, but all this was to save the sinner. Who was there to find and punish the rascals? What could be done? It was a most discouraging and appalling task. I remember that it was during the winter of the Spanish-American War that Reverend J.Q.A. Henry, D.D., then pastor of the LaSalle Avenue Baptist Church of Chicago, invited me to go with himself and a friend to investigate the conditions in the underworld. At that time, Dr. Henry was making a heroic fight on the frightful situation in the business district. Whole streets were given over to open vice. The vilest saloons flaunted their damning attractions in the face of every passer-by. The good minister of God had no small part in the awakening Chicago has since experienced. It was while with Dr. Henry that I visited for the first time the notorious resort of 441 South Clark Street. It was then in its strength and full of pride. The madam carried a key to the police patrol box at the corner. No secret was made of the business carried on. The company within was friendly and tried to be entertaining, but under all was an awful sadness. The smiles were shallow. The whole air of the place spelled ruin. Only a few months thereafter, and that house was closed. In the autumn of 1903, it was leased by Mr. O. H. Richards, superintendent of Beulah Home, and opened a Beulah Home South. Into those same parlors I went on Thanksgiving Day, 1903, and there united with a little band of Christian workers and helped to organize a company of people that has since given to the world the Midnight Mission in Chicago and the Illinois Vigilance Association for the Suppression of Traffic in Women and Girls. In that house of sin made into a house of prayer, I first met Reverend Ernest A. Bell, now the honored superintendent of the Midnight Mission and the corresponding secretary of the Illinois Vigilance Association. It was he who suggested that the war be carried into the streets, and led by him a few men and women ventured forth and assailed the hosts of sin at the very doors of the brothels. The dens were invaded, and men and women warned. The city government was appealed to, and in less than 2 years the business districts and Custom House Place, infamous across the world, were cleared of open houses of shame. Where the artful scarlet woman plied her deadly trade, the streets are now full of children, and the houses once red with sin are now shops of new citizens who have yet their mother tongue and the strange garb of lands across the seas. So I was led to what every true minister of Christ must do. I investigated the moral conditions of my home city. Knowledge of its culture, acquaintance with its commerce, friendship with its schools and homes, and zeal for the respectable sinner were not enough. The man who is set to guard the moral interests of a community must go into the deeps and darks of his city. He must know firsthand what the dangers to youth are, where the traps for girls and boys are set, what the bait used is, how the ruin is wrought, and what the remedies are. Save as he does this, his voice will not reach far, nor his protests have in them the moral ring of the man who knows. The daring youth and the toughened rascal soon detect whether a man talks from aroused conviction and appointed purpose, or whether he is just preaching in the air and saying things that he thinks should be said. My investigations convinced me that all thus far said was true, and far more than any respectable man can know was terribly rampant every night in Chicago. It was very apparent that more men and women of influence and power must give earnest thought and much time to the solution of this menacing problem. A pastor's part was very clear to my mind. It is said that the Chinese employ a physician to keep the family in good health. He draws his fees while health obtains. That is something like the position of a Christian minister in his community. It is his business to promote good health, high morals, finest ideals, to rebuke evil in all its forms, and especially that kind of evil nearest his own doors and in his own city. What would be thought of the physician that spent his time playing with the children, reading the poems to the family, indulging in pretty speeches, but running away when dread diseases began to show themselves, refusing to treat cancer, smallpox, or other fearful plagues? So is the preacher who is content to do the ordinary work of his pastorate and takes no pains to investigate the moral and social conditions of his town. It is the sacred duty of every pastor to know his community on its unclean and diseased side. But I saw that such a course would open one to grave misunderstandings. It is not according to the accepted order that a minister of a large city church should browse around the slums and visit in the brothels. The saloons were not a part of his expected field of labor. It was prudent and indeed necessary that the church should speak its own mind in these matters. Therefore, the whole problem was laid before the Board of Deacons and later before the church itself, with the result that the church voted most heartily that the pastor should feel free to use 1 day a week in such labors on behalf of the fallen and outcast as he might feel led to do. Further, The Church placed the work of the Midnight Mission upon its regular calendar of 4% of all the missionary funds, contributions to be made quarterly towards its work, thus putting the city-saving work on a level with every other missionary enterprise of the denomination. So was the pastor given the endorsement of his people. Such action provided ample protection and was as wings for the accomplishing of the gigantic tasks set for a small band of heroic men and women. The Church was kept informed from time to time as to the progress of the midnight work. Care was taken not to allow this work to become a mere fad, but it was so presented as to rank with every other ministry of the Church. The young people were not drawn into this type of work at all, as it was not deemed advisable to take young people into the streets of sin where the fight against the white slave traffic was being waged. Earnest warnings were given the young folk, and the young men were especially instructed in the dangers and allurements of the scarlet woman. Thus the Church was related to this needed warfare in both a physical and spiritual manner. The results upon the Church are most striking and satisfactory. It can be said with full agreement that the outcasts need the Church, but it is equally true that the Church needs this kind of service, and without it suffers a loss of sympathy and aggressiveness that is fatal to the peace and prosperity of the Church. A church ought to die fighting itself that refuses to give battle to the white slave traders. Shame on the minister and the church that is indifferent under the revelations that are made every day, showing to what depths the vile creatures of the red light districts have sunken to gain a little more of cruel gold. God will not hold guiltless men and women who, hearing the stifled cries of the enslaved, heed them not. It behooves the sons and daughters of the brave men who freed the black slaves to rise in another and holier crusade to free the white slaves from a bondage blacker and more damning than any the world has yet known. Yes, it is high time that every preacher of the gospel investigated the conditions of his own city and town. Country ministers have great opportunity in this warfare on behalf of women and girls. It is in the country that procurers work. There is need for education, outspoken, persistent warnings that parents must be compelled to hear. The wise and earnest words of United States District Attorney Edwin W. Sims, found in another chapter of this book, should be carefully pondered by all who desire to protect young womanhood. Here the country preacher will find his cue and will be instructed as to what he can and ought to do. There is need that the pastor cooperate with existing organizations that have for their purpose the suppression of this frightful evil. Already in nearly every city of any size, there are companies of good people banded together to wipe out the white slave traffic. Let the pastor seek out such folk and give them a hearty word of cheer. Such action will attract other persons of influence and wealth and give character and power to the crusade. If the folk already engaged in this holy cause are humble, unlearned, and obscure, let the man of God remember that he hath chosen the weak things of the world to confine the mighty. If the pastor is wise, there is a surprising weight of public sentiment that will arouse at once at his call. The press in nearly all of its forms will aid him and give wide currency to his protests and suggested methods. This has nowhere been more clearly shown than in the late session of the Illinois State Legislature. 2 new bills were up for passage. They had passed the lower house without an imposing vote and were on the calendar of the Senate on a morning when I happened to be present. The President of the Senate entertained a motion to send the bills to third reading without reference to a committee. One of the senators was busy at his desk reading a report or something when he became suddenly aware that some bills were passing to third reading without the customary reference of a committee. With startled air, he arose and demanded what those bills were. The president waved his gavel at him and said, "The white slave bills." "Oh," said the senator, "that's all right," and sat down to resume the reading of his report. The bills then passed to third reading without a sign of opposition on any man's part. This action proved to me how very strong and immediate is the response of the good people of any community to a call like that which this book sends up. We have always found the police ready to help in any practical line. It is now nearly 3 years since Superintendent Bell of Midnight Mission, Miss Lucy A. Hall, a deaconess of the Methodist Episcopal Church, and myself made a thorough canvass of the red light district and put the Illinois statute on white slavery in the hands of nearly every dive keeper, madam, and many of the prostitutes themselves. This is the form of that leaflet distributed, which had no small part in starting the crusade against the white slavers in Chicago. It is a penitentiary offense to detain any woman in a house of prostitution against her will. The Criminal Code of Illinois makes the following provision for the punishment of this crime against American liberty. Section 57C. Whoever shall unlawfully detain or confine any female by force, false pretense, or intimidation in any room, house, building, or premises in this state against the will of such female for purposes of prostitution, or with intent to cause such female to become a prostitute, and be guilty of fornication or concubinage therein, or shall by force, false pretense, confinement, or intimidation attempt to prevent any female so as aforesaid detained from leaving such room, house, building, or premises, and whoever aids, assists, or abets by force, false pretense, confinement, or intimidation in keeping, confining, or unlawfully detaining any female in any room, house, building, or premises in this state against the will of such female for the purpose of prostitution, fornication, or concubinage, shall on conviction be imprisoned in the penitentiary not less than nor more than 10 years. No white slave need remain in slavery in this state of Abraham Lincoln, who made the black slaves free. For freedom did Christ set us free. Be not entangled again with the yoke of bondage, which is the yoke of sin, an evil habit. In this canvass we had the most cordial support of the police. Captain Harding of the 22nd Street Station detailed a detective to accompany us, and he showed us the most faithful attention. It was in this canvass that we visited the most infamous and notorious house in the West. The madam of this particular house told us, in the presence of the policeman, that she had paid $160 each for 2 girls that had been sent her from the South. She also explained how safe her house was from violence and how free from disease. And yet, before our conversation ceased, she admitted that she had placed 105 girls in a neighboring Christian hospital for treatment. Since then, that hospital has stopped doing this sort of business. The president of the institution attested the truth of the woman's statement and afterward put an end to her patronage of his hospital. Only last winter I had the opportunity of holding a Christian service in that same house of shame. 2 of our lady workers secured permission to conduct such a meeting for the poor girls and invited me to take charge of the service. On a Sunday night at about 12:30, 4 of us went to that house and preached Christ to some 14 of the poor creatures. One of them, a married woman, was rescued the next night. We had assurances that 2 or 3 others determined to quit the evil life and go home. The meeting was such a success, from our point of view, that the madam said she did not think another service of the sort could be arranged. There are, however, many places open for such effort, and pastors that have the support of their churches and can find a company of faithful, sensible companions in the work, can powerfully assault the strongholds of Satan in the dark places of the cities. This phase of the work is difficult, delicate, and perhaps dangerous. The most fruitful and most possible kind of effort on behalf of the outcasts is in the open-air meetings, the street gatherings where the gospel can be sung and preached by the hour. Crowds of men, mostly young men, stand for hours listening to the familiar hymns and the old story of the cross. Where is the pastor more needed than in such gatherings? Let it be said for the pastors of Chicago that the mightiest of them have counted it a joy and privilege to preach from the curb pulpit of the Midnight Mission. If the list of the ministers, lawyers, judges, physicians, teachers, deacons, and other laymen were given here, it would look like an honor roll of the city of Chicago. The presence of the pastor in this sort of work is of value from more points of view than that of preaching alone. To see the accepted ministers of the city in such meetings is to lift the meetings to a plane with the church work and worship. It gives protection to the workers when the pastor cannot be with them. It secures the respectful attention of the unchurched portion of the community and assures the police that the efforts are sane, sound, and determined. It should be the purpose of every pastor to promote such open-air work for the sinful and hopeless of his city. The pastor is the channel through which the people can be stirred on these grave social questions. Let him educate his own flock and mightily agitate his own community. In the city of London, the most influential clergymen are not hesitating to take the lead in preaching the submerged portions of the population. Witness this testimony found in the Churchman, May 2, 1908. The Bishop of London as a midnight missionary. During this Lent, Dr. Ingram has taken as the field of his regular Lenten mission the districts of central London. In addition to the many parish churches in which he has spoken, he has given addresses in connection with the mission at Westminster Abbey. The last week of his work was marked by a midnight church army procession, which, with brass band and torches, perambulated the most squalid quarters of Westminster and Pimlico. For an hour and a quarter, the church army workers, headed by the bishop, marched slowly in the rain through the muddy streets, halting before the public houses, saloons, where addresses were given by the bishop. By the time the houses were closed, the procession received large additions from the crowds of carousing men and women who came out of them early Sunday morning. A meeting was held afterwards in the schoolroom of one of the parish churches nearby, where there was a half-hour of hymn singing and a final address by the bishop. The Bishop of London, whom editor Bach of the Ladies' Home Journal calls the best-loved man in England, has taken a foremost part in the purity reform. He preaches in the slums at midnight, and on the other hand pleads with the leaders of his church and nation to oppose with the light of truth and the fire of earnestness the evils of impurity which so threaten the national life. He protests in public by voice and pen against the false modesty which keeps young people in ignorance of the wages of sin, and so thrusts them blindfolded into the pitfalls and traps which the evil-minded always have in readiness for the untaught and unwary. The good bishop insists that the children and youth of the British Isles shall know the truth, that by the truth they may be made free. He is unsparing in his criticism of those who would have the people go on in ignorance to their injury or ruin. Surely every true minister of the gospel needs only to know the situation and become acquainted with the black facts of rampant sin to buckle on his armor and give battle to the hosts of iniquity. Why then should I labor to convince my brothers in the ministry? Oh, pastor, whoever you are, investigate, cooperate, and agitate until all the slaves are free and the mauvais sujets are converted to Jesus or consigned to jail. End of part 30.
Chapter 29 of Fighting the Traffic in Young Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Fighting the Traffic in Young Girls, or War on the White Slave Trade by Ernest A. Bell. Chapter 29, The Story of the Midnight Mission by Ernest A. Bell. After many days and weeks of united prayer that God would interpose against the destruction of young girls and young men in the shameful resorts of Chicago, I asked Miss Ella N. Rudy on an August afternoon in 1904 at a meeting at 441 South Clark Street if she would come the next night with a view to holding a meeting in Custom House Place, which at that time had 100 vile resorts peopled with about 700 ruined girls. Miss Rudy is a woman of strong and earnest Christian character, and I appealed to her because I knew that she would surely come if she promised. She hesitated a moment and promised to come. I then announced to the score of persons present that such as would like to join us should come the next night at 8 o'clock for prayer, and at 10 we would go to the street. The announcement was received with intense interest. Pastor Boynton, who was chairman of the meeting, immediately asked permission to preach the first sermon, which was gladly granted. 15 devoted people stood with him when he came to preach. Miss Rudy is now a missionary at Ping Nam, Kwangsai Province, South China. On December 7, 1908, she wrote me, quote, "Yesterday the little prayer advocate came, and in it I noticed your request for prayer for the Midnight Mission, and I was reminded of the beginning of this most blessed work. I think I could point to the spot where you said, after telling the need so earnestly, 'Miss Rudy, will you stand with me, for the Lord says, where two agree, he will do what they ask?' I said, 'I will.' And we did pray fervently, for having come in contact with Beulah Home and other refuges, I had seen the great need of going out to seek the lost. I remember our first night when we hardly knew who would go with us. I put the permit near, so if an officer came, we could show it. I do praise God for the way he has blessed you in this work. I have never ceased praying for this work, and have always held it up to others for prayer, as I have gone from place to place in evangelistic service. I was so sorry to leave Chicago, but God's call lay in another direction. I know I never was missed, for so many rose to their privilege in Jesus, but I would have been missed had I not come to China, for we are so few in number here." End quote. Before she went to China, Miss Rudy was at one time holding a gospel meeting in Pennsylvania when a man came up to her and said, "You do not know me, but I know you. I heard you speak at midnight in Custom House Place in Chicago, and I have been a Christian man since that midnight. As I was a missionary in India, and Miss Rudy is a missionary in China, and as we constantly minister at midnight in the streets of Chicago to Chinese, Japanese, and occasional Persian, Hindu, or Arab, French, Polish, Russians, Germans, Italians, Jews, and almost every nationality under heaven, the Midnight Mission has some features of a foreign missionary society. 1,000 Witnesses for Christ. From the very beginning of this unique work, many earnest people came to help us. During the 5 years past, nearly 1,000 persons have taken part with us: pastors, professors, deaconesses, foreign missionaries on furlough, evangelists, judges, lawyers, physicians, Gideons, and other businessmen, and many good women. All these, with breaking hearts, have shared our midnight toil and peril, snatching the lost from the fire in the very vestibule of hell. Among the well-known ministers, professors, and physicians who have come to help in the meetings are Reverend Dr. Kane, moderator of the Presbytery of Chicago, Reverend Robert H. Beatty, the recent moderator, Reverend Dr. John Balcom Shaw, pastor of the Second Presbyterian Church, Reverend Dr. A. C. Dixon, pastor of the Moody Church, Professor Graham Taylor, Professor Solon C. Bronson, Professor Wolfkin of Rochester, New York, Professor G. H. Trevor of Atlanta, Georgia, Drs. Linnell, Pollock, and Van Dyke, the last a lecturer in the College of Physicians and Surgeons, which is the medical department of the University of Illinois. Reverend A. H. Harnley, now an evangelist for the Baptist State Association of Illinois, has preached many times with exceptional power in our midnight meetings. Reverend C. A. Kelly, Reverend Ralph Waller Hobbs, and Reverend W. E. Hopkins, formerly a missionary in India, have labored much in this cause. Scores of pastors of Baptist, Christian, Congregational, Episcopalian, Methodist, and Presbyterian churches have preached from the little box which is our only pulpit, except when now and then a good friend brings his automobile and lets us use it for a pulpit. Mr. Rufus S. Simmons, a lawyer, a personal friend of President Taft, is a president of the mission since it was organized at the end of 1906. For more than 2 years there was no organization. Mr. Simmons very often attends the meetings and takes part. His partner, Mr. S. C. Irving, comes occasionally and speaks. Judge Scott of Paris, Texas, spent one night with us, and former Judge Devlin labors diligently. Mr. C. E. Holman, president of the Chicago Camp of Gideons, an organization of Christian commercial traveling men, and many members of that order have steadily helped in this work. Deaconess Lucy A. Hall, Miss Helma Sutherland, Miss Florence Mabel Dedrick, missionary of the Moody Church, Miss Mary F. Turnbull, and scores of good women have toiled with us in the night. No speaker is more interesting and alarming to young men than Miss Turnbull, who was formerly a nurse in an asylum for the insane in New York and knows why many of the patients are there. One of the best addresses ever given in our meetings was by a young Jew, Mr. Nathan, a reporter who asked leave to speak. For about 40 minutes he spoke with the earnestness of a prophet, though he spoke more of temporal than eternal considerations. The sweat poured down his face as he reasoned of righteousness and temperance, with some reference to judgment to come. Another friendly Jew, Mr. Richard L. Schindler, has come scores of times to our meetings, not to speak, but to use his influence to help protect us and otherwise encourage our work. Still another friendly son of Abraham gave me information when enemies were plotting against me. He warned them that he would expose them if they did me any harm. 100,000 foolish young men. Pastors and church people usually have no idea of the multitudes of men and youths from avenues, boulevards, and suburbs who swarm by the 10,000s through the vice districts of great cities on Saturday and Sunday nights, and by hundreds or thousands every other night. Fathers and mothers, sisters, sweethearts, and neighbors are ignorant of the ruinous folly of several million American young men. I have counted them passing one street corner in the center of Chicago's red light district, red with the heart's blood of mothers, wives, and babies, at the rate of 3,500 an hour. These are the young men of whom we read, void of understanding, as the book of Proverbs fitly describes them. They gather by troops at the harlots' houses and throng the streets of shame without a blush. They are even ready to give reasons why they should support these slaughterhouses, not knowing that the dead are there and her guests are in the depths of hell. One night I dreamed that I saw a young man stepping carelessly on and off a railway track near a curve around which the express train might come thundering and screaming at any moment. Whether on the track or off it, the young man was indifferent to danger and wanton in his movements. But as I looked, I saw in my dream that there was nothing whatever above his coat collar. He had no head. This explained his recklessness. 100 times I have told this dream to crowds of young men to illustrate the folly of men who have heads and do not use them, void of understanding. We have warned probably 100,000 of these foolish young men. The Bible is always with us and always foremost, but some who would pay no regard to an open Bible in the street preacher's hand instantly give heed when they see the revised statutes of Illinois open at the criminal code, and they listen carefully to the section which pronounces them criminal if they patronize an evil resort. We quote to them the great utterance of Judge Newcomer, spoken before the Methodist Preachers' Meeting of Chicago, September 17, 1906, when he said, quote, "The crimes of young men. The great majority of criminals now are young men, an appalling crop of them year by year. After 7.5 years' experience in the state's attorney's office, during which I have dealt with 6,000 criminal cases, sending 7 to the gallows and hundreds to the penitentiary and reformatory, I believe that the chief causes of crime among young men are 1. Liquor, 2. Lust, 3. Drugs, 4. Bad associates. Of these, liquor, bad as it is not the chief cause of crime among young men. The chief cause is that next after liquor. The welfare of the city, of the commonwealth, of society as a whole, of the national life itself is menaced to a degree exceeding any other cause by the social evil." End quote. We have never hesitated to warn our hearers by the prisons, by the gallows, by the most tremendous issues of life, death, and eternity. Insanity, surgery, blindness. Some who are willing to harden themselves against the laws of God and man alike lay to heart the evidence of a standard medical treatise on insanity when it is opened and read to them in the street. The description of the brain of a dead lunatic who lost his mind and his life as the wages of the sin upon which they are bent brings a pallor over the faces of crowds that seemed nailed down to the pavement and unable to move away. Others heed the medical testimony concerning the fearful suffering likely to come upon their present or future wives in consequence of their iniquity. Modern surgeons attribute 25% of surgical operations upon women, mostly innocent wives, to these sins against chastity. Statistics of the German Empire, Austria, Denmark, and Holland show that 40.25% of the blind in the asylums of those countries owe their blindness, usually dating from earliest infancy, to one of the diseases associated with prostitution, not the disease commonly most dreaded. We distribute leaflets, specially prepared and attractively printed in 2 colors, telling plainly the criminality of vice and the ruin that it brings upon the body and brain and character of transgressors. We have printed more than 150,000 tracts and cards, which are eagerly taken by many thousands of young men, to the anger and loss of the keepers of the criminal resorts. The work of tract distribution is carried on in all weather, often when street meetings are impossible. This educational work is carried on in friendly cooperation with the Chicago Society of Social Hygiene, organized by the Chicago Medical Society, which supplies us with circulars for this purpose. This feature of our work led to an invitation to our superintendent to address the Physicians' Club concerning the work of the Midnight Mission. Dr. Archibald Church, editor of the Chicago Medical Recorder, has asked for and accepted an article on this work for his paper. In Rain and Snow. I respect you, said a dive-keeper who with others has since abandoned his loathsome business, because you work in the rain and you work in the cold. I find it equally blessed to be Christ's witness by the martyr's memorial in classic Oxford, on the hot sand beneath the palm trees of Ceylon and India, and on a snowbank among Chicago's red lights. Everywhere large audiences stand eagerly listening to the messengers of God. Our midnight street meetings continue 3, 4, 5, and even 6 hours at one place in the summer. Conversions and better. Several women have repented and have been cared for or restored to their relatives, but our effort has been chiefly directed toward the thousands of men and youths whose money supports the institutions that destroy manhood and womanhood alike. Hundreds of repentant men and boys have knelt in the dust of Custom House Place, Peoria Street, and Armour Avenue. In social and business position, they range from a wholesale merchant and a fallen minister to gamblers and wrecks. But what can be better than conversions that make glad the heart of God? Nothing, except preventing the children of God from plunging into deadly sin. If the only good accomplished by our midnight cry were the prevention of the ruin of a dozen youths in a year, it would be gloriously worthwhile to keep on crying. But hundreds have turned back from the brink of perdition, including university students and church members. With outstretched hands and glad gratitude, they say to us, "We thank you. You have kept us from sin tonight." When we recall Dr. Prince A. Morrow's estimate, quoted by Dr. Howard A. Kelly in a paper read before the American Medical Association, that 450,000 American young men take the plunge into the moral sewer every year, we see what an enormous field there is for this preventive work. One Sunday night, a young husband from Racine, Wisconsin, whose wife was in poor health, listened to our plain words and turned back from the sin he intended. He had never been warned, and he was very thankful. He told me he was a Catholic and had never done wrong. Another evening, a very handsome young man, 28 years old, listened to the words of warning and then came to me quietly and said, "I am a Christian and a church member, and I have never gone wrong, but I was just about to go into one of these houses of shame while waiting for a train which is late, when I saw your gospel meeting, and I have been kept back from sin by your message. Most men would be ashamed to tell you, but I tell you for your encouragement." If this were your son. Among the hundreds of repentant men and youths who have knelt in the dust of Chicago's most infamous streets in the open-air meetings of the Midnight Mission is one whom we will call Joe. One Saturday night, Joe came to our meeting and told us that he was a gambler, a pickpocket, a drunkard, a libertine, and worse, enticing girls from their homes and placing them in houses of infamy. He asked us to pray for him, which, of course, we did. Joe disappeared for an hour or so, but returned at midnight to our meeting, and at 12:30 knelt in the street with another repentant young man, confessing his ruinous and shameful sin. For 4 years since that night, we have kept in touch with Joe. We were obliged to advise his father, living in another state, an elder in the Presbyterian Church who never suspected anything wrong in his son, to take more interest in Joe and not to take less interest in the class of other men's sons that he was teaching in Sunday school. On his own motion, Joe told his father the whole heartbreaking truth. Unspeakably humiliated, the father proved himself a father indeed, and did everything in his power to restore the young man to a right life, at great cost to himself. Joe now has his own home and his own business. He is a respected citizen instead of God knows what, most likely a despicable white slave trader in Chicago or Detroit or New York. He is one of hundreds who have heeded our midnight protest against terrible sin, our midnight testimony for the Lamb of God who takes away sin. Antagonism, protection, triumph. At the beginning of our work, the keepers of evil resorts were respectful and to a degree friendly. During the second summer, 1905, the meetings increased very greatly in power. Sometimes we continued preaching from 10 o'clock at night till 3 in the morning. Workers reached their homes after daylight, with hearts almost bursting for gladness because many sinners had repented. As many as 50 workers were engaged in the same block at once, holding 4 simultaneous meetings. All were working voluntarily and without pay. I myself was earning my expenses with my pen. Thousands of misguided men had their attention called to the cross of Christ and the holy life every week. The revenues of the resorts were seriously diminished. One manager, who had been misled in his boyhood and genuinely regretted the loathsome life he was leading, said to me, "If you Christian people keep coming, we've got to go." The Christian people kept coming. That man has since quit his awful business. With our increasing spiritual power, keepers of saloons and resorts became alarmed for their revenues and began to offer resistance. They hired express men to drive into our meetings and organ grinders to disturb us with their noise. On one occasion, a cab driver was paid to drive at high speed into our meeting, where deaconesses and many Christian women were assisting. Many times automobiles were stationed near us and made as noisy as possible in order to harass us. They wasted some nice fresh eggs on us and a melon. As we were proceeding lawfully under legal permits from the police department, we called upon the police for complete protection. While an American patrolman was on the beat, we had no trouble, but a foreign-born officer showed us considerable disfavor. We had our own opinion of the source of his ill will. Chief Collins was entirely just and friendly, and took all necessary measures for our protection. At length, managers of resorts, saloons, and gambling dens in notorious Custom House Place calculated that each hour we worked they lost $250, and they determined to give us the worst of it, even if they had to hire thugs to slug me. We kept steadily calling upon God and faithfully preaching his truth. At length, near the end of October, such representations were made to Chief Collins that he ordered our meetings stopped at 10 o'clock, when they began, on the ground that we were disturbing the sleep of lodgers in hotels 2 blocks away. Thereupon, accompanied by Mr. Arthur Burridge Farwell, Miss Lucy Page Gaston, Deaconess Lucy A. Hall, Miss Eva Marshall Shantz, and others, 11 in all, we called upon the Chief of Police, explained our surprise at being stopped in our work, which was entirely lawful, and requested him to cleanse that street of resorts which were entirely unlawful. This he immediately promised to do, on condition that we would not stir the newspapers or arouse public sentiment to compel him to do it. We accepted his word and awaited fulfillment. 2 months later, namely at Christmas 1905, he notified the resorts and published in the newspapers that they must vacate on the 1st of May 1906. The Dives offer a bribe of $50,000. During the intervening months, the white slave traders, gamblers, keepers of the worst disorderly saloons, and some property owners and real estate agents who made money out of that precinct of perdition, raised a slush fund, employed an attorney, and used every device in their power to gain a continuance of their nefarious traffic in the heart of Chicago, for they were between the Federal Building containing the post office and the Dearborn passenger station, used by the Erie, Grand Trunk, Santa Fe, and Monon railways. Mayor Dunn told Pastor Boynton and myself at the Sherman House on the evening of March 15, 1907, when his political enemies were accusing him falsely of being the friend of vice, that the dive keepers offered him $50,000 if he would allow them to remain 4 months more in Custom House Place. Mayor Dunn, a man of the highest character, attested this statement by an appeal to God. Chief Collins had previously told me that the Dives had made this offer, but he had replied to them, "If you had Marshall Field's money, you cannot stay here after the 1st of May. If I am Chief of Police, so help me God." No political or other influence could induce him to waver or to reverse his order, and when the 1st of May came, he drove them out with a mailed fist. Mayor Dunn told us that while he was on the bench, the case of a Polish girl came before him, which had prepared his mind to act against the resorts if he should ever have power. This innocent immigrant girl had arrived at the Dearborn station and had been lured into one of the adjacent dens, her clothes taken from her, and herself made a white slave. On the West Side. In 1906 we worked principally on the vice-ridden streets of the West Side. After the earthquake in San Francisco, many depraved women with their parasites took refuge in Chicago. These were very brazen women, and the vile young men who lived on their shameful earnings were cunning in thwarting the police. conditions became insufferable. So wide open was the district that a secretary of the Young Men's Christian Association, in walking 4 blocks on the sidewalk, was solicited by 62 women from their open doors and windows. A police court justice was accused of assessing petty fines against these offenders when the police brought them into court. We steadily preached the word and prayed to God to abolish those frightful traps for boys. We learned of one boy, a choir boy in a Methodist church, who was dragged forcibly into one of those dens and infected with a disease from which he soon died. Captain Barkall of the Des Plaines Street Police Station, in plain clothes and unknown to the evangelists, visited our midnight gospel meeting in Peoria Street at the corner of Randolph, Saturday night, September 15th. Several repentant young men were on their knees in the dust, surrounded by missionaries working with them and praying for them. The captain said to Alexander Cleland, one of the secretaries of the Central Young Men's Christian Association, "I will not tolerate any interference with this good work." One Sunday afternoon, as we were working on Sangamon Street, a beautiful, sinful Jewess insulted me and justified herself by saying with a strong Jewish accent, "You spoil our business." The next Sunday or so, a young Jew parasite succeeded in breaking up our meeting. Captain Barkall was indignant and took better care of us than ever. One Sunday a Jew said to me, "The girls say you have spoiled their business." Soon afterward, a police order in the new municipal courts utterly transformed that region. Business interests were weary of such outrageous conditions and demanded a decisive change. Some months afterward, a policeman remarked upon the transformation and explained, quote, "The Lord's time came to work, and he has been working." End quote. There is still very much to be done there, but the former flagrancy of vice has been abolished. Mr. Henry de Vries, Mr. and Mrs. F. J. MacDonald, and Mr. R. M. Hawkins worked with me during our conflict on the west side. Mr. MacDonald was killed the next year by a train. At 22nd Street. For the last 3 years since our mission was organized, chiefly through the efforts of the Reverend Dr. John Malcolm Shaw, we have labored mostly in the great Vice District and White Slave Market at 22nd Street. Of course, we had no very glad welcome after the preceding conflicts. I have been assaulted 3 times in that district, and several who have worked with us have been roughly handled. Vile drugs have been thrown into our meetings and on our clothes, asafoetida and hydrogen sulfide. Viler words have been hurled into our ears. One French trader threatened to break me to pieces and send me to a hospital if it cost him a mint of money, but he afterward became friendly and finally quit his loathsome business. Objection was made to our scientific teaching and circulars. Even the police captains, who have always taken splendid care of us, were influenced by our adversaries to object to our telling the young men about the diseases that are on sale in the resorts. Our circulars and the circulars of the Chicago Society of Social Hygiene were referred by the Chief of Police to the Corporation Council, who promptly approved them. He said we were like the Knights of the Garter, and our circulars not immoral, but highly moral. We have circulated nearly 1 million pages of these circulars. Young men hear us gladly and accept the circulars with thanks. I've counted 200 men listening at once to Evangelist J. R. Beveridge, who is very plain speaking, while he was working with us. Other workers in the night. The Salvation Army and the Volunteers of America do not hold meetings in the vice districts of Chicago, but women officers of those societies do visit the resorts selling papers. At times, both Salvationists and volunteers have taken part in our midnight meetings. Many people passing our meetings suppose that we are from the Salvation Army, as it is believed to do such work. The Army has rescue and maternity homes and does much good work for the fallen, but the preaching in the vice districts is done by our own and similar recent organizations. Reverend V. A. M. Mortensen, a Lutheran minister, has organized the Rescue League, which looks for support chiefly to the Lutheran churches. Mr. Mortensen preaches in the night, chiefly on the west side. He is much interested in the work against the white slave trade. Through his agency, Jenny Moulton was sent to Joliet under a sentence of 20 years for procuring young girls for some degraded Greeks. Mr. Mortensen has also been very diligent against dealers in obscene pictures and postcards. Reverend N. K. Clarkson has worked part of the time with the Midnight Mission and part of the time independently. He has organized the White Cross Midnight Missionary Association, which is very diligent, preaching sometimes almost all night and never ceasing for rain or snow. This heroic work compels respect. Dan Martin works Saturday nights in the Vice District with a large company of devoted people. Hundreds of men and youths have knelt in the dust confessing their sins in Mr. Martin's meetings. Justice. 3 men went out one summer night. No care had they nor aim, and dined and drank. Ere we go home we'll have, they said, a game. 3 girls began that summer night a life of endless shame, and went through drink, disease, and death as swift as racing flame. Lawless and homeless, foul they died, rich, loved, and praised, the men. But when they all shall meet with God, and justice speaks, what then? By Stopford A. Brooke. End of section 31. Read by Sandra. Montreal, 2023.
Chapter 30 of Fighting the Traffic in Young Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Fighting the Traffic in Young Girls, or War on the White Slave Trade, by Ernest A. Bell. Chapter 30. Helen Chambers, Some Other Girls, and Daisy. This is the story of Helen Chambers, as told in a special dispatch from Kansas City, Missouri, to the Republican of Joliet, Illinois, and published in that newspaper August 5th, 1909. Drink, drugs, and debauchery hurried this winsome and respected girl to her coffin before 19 years had passed over her head. She is one of thousands who perish similarly every year in this beautiful land of churches and colleges. First drink sends girl to her ruin, died a drug fiend. Kansas City, Missouri, August 5th. On last New Year's Eve, Helen Chambers, daughter of a respected family of Aurora, a girl not yet 18 years old and still a student in the high school, with a girl companion, went to Chicago. There in a cafe, Helen Chambers took her first drink. She took several drinks, and before the night was over, was enjoying to the fullest the fascinations of a life that she had never known before. After a lapse of several months, Helen Chambers died at the General Hospital this morning of a reaction following an operation. Her system had been too weakened by dissipation to recover from the shock. A mental and physical wreck, she had gone to the hospital in the vain hope of relief. Lives 2 weeks on absinthe. Within 7 months, Helen Chambers, the simple Aurora girl, crowded events into her life that would have been good measure for as many years. From the simple drinks that she indulged in on her first night, which marked the passing of the old year, she went in for the stronger ones. For 2 weeks prior to being taken to the General Hospital, she virtually lived on absinthe, and at the last, she began using morphine. A message to her mother, still living in Aurora, received no response, and the girl, with her life slowly ebbing out, dozed restlessly through weary and torturous minutes until the end came. I was just quitting high school, she said yesterday when asked to tell her story. On New Year's Eve, I went to Chicago with another girl. We met 2 boys and went to a cafe where the New Year's celebration was just starting. I didn't know what it was like, but I found out. Everything was in order, but I noticed that the girls seemed to drink as much as the men. Everyone drank freely, and soon it seemed as though everyone was intoxicated. I took my first drink because everyone seemed to be drinking and to be happy as well. The minutes passed quickly, and my brain grew numb. Decides to leave her home. I don't know exactly how I got out of the cafe or the events leading up to it, But when I awoke the next morning, I felt disgraced. That was the beginning. This is the ending of it. I then decided to run away from home. I decided it would be best. I came to Kansas City about April 1st. I fell in with bad associates, but finally married. I went to Dallas, Texas with my husband. There we quarreled, and he returned to Kansas City without me, but I soon followed. We made up here, but quarreled again and separated, and then I started anew, and the rest you know. I slept in a cheap rooming house last Sunday night. Monday I came here, hoping that there might be some relief, but it seems all up with me. Both Miss Chambers and her parents are well known to many Joliet residents. Veteran minister protests against the vice traffic. The Reverend Dr. Duncan C. Milner, a veteran of the Civil War and a veteran in the Wars of the Lord, published the following warning against the white slave traders in the same issue of the Joliet Republican, which told the tragic story of Helen Chambers. Systematic traffic in American girls. There has been much said in the public press about the white slave traffic. Some people suppose that this is only one of the sensational inventions of yellow newspapers. There is undoubted evidence that young women are made articles of merchandise for vile purposes, and that the business of supplying the market has assumed vast proportions. The evil is by no means confined to the great city. While Chicago may be the headquarters for this traffic in human flesh in this part of the country, the smaller cities and the rural districts are involved. Edwin W. Sims, United States District Attorney, has prosecuted a number of cases against the white slave traders, and has also, by his articles in The Woman's World, given to the public the results of investigation. Mr. Sims said he had to put aside personal feelings against appearing in print in connection with a subject so abhorrent, because he wanted fathers and mothers to know the perils of their daughters. The extent of this evil can only be judged by the statements of such men as Mr. Sims, his assistant Mr. Parkin, Clifford G. Rowe, Assistant State's Attorney of Cook County, and by a number of judges of the courts. It has been said by investigators that 20% voluntarily enter such a life, and that 80% are led into it or are entrapped and sold. A small percent of these are from foreign countries, but 2/3 of them are from our country, and largely from farms and smaller towns and cities. This systematic traffic in girls from American homes is carried on by male parasites who live lives of luxury from their gains from this work as procurers and panderers. Women are also used to beguile other women for the trade. These infamous creatures sometimes go as agents for books, gramophones, or machines. A woman now in the penitentiary said she canvassed communities to sell toilet articles for the purpose of finding girls. Victims are looked for in railroad depots, and trains are watched for young women traveling alone. General deliveries and post offices are watched where young women call for letters. Recruiting stations are found in dance halls in the cities and amusement parks with drinking places as attachments. Ice cream parlors and fruit stores sometimes serve as spiders' webs for entanglement. The villainous men engaged in this work assume the guise of friends and sometimes will even talk to parents about getting fine positions for their girls. They are promised places in stores and laundries and, in a number of cases, theatrical positions with large pay. Sometimes the procurer professes to have fallen in love and marries his victim and then sells her in the market. Several of the runaway marriages on the boat excursions and at summer resorts have been shown in the courts as of this fraudulent order. After girls are caught in the net and drawn into a vile resort, various plans are made to complete their ruin and hold them in absolute bondage. Their street clothes are taken away, they are not allowed to write letters to their friends, and some are confined under lock and key. Their owners keep them in debt for clothes charged for at exorbitant prices. Their wages are often paid to the parasite who has claims upon them, and often these ties of debt and vice so fasten the bonds of slavery that they become broken and desperate. All of these things and many more unprintable details of these cases have been made matter of court record and show that this systematic traffic in American girls is not a fiction. To show the tremendous financial gains of the traffic, one couple gave a bond of $26,500 and immediately ran away and forfeited their bond. To combat this widespread evil, a National Vigilance Committee has been organized, and a number of states, including Illinois, have formed state societies to suppress traffic in women and girls. The Chicago Law and Order League, of which Arthur Burridge Farwell is president, has done active work in aiding to prosecute cases. Chicago has also the Midnight Mission, of which Orr S. Simmons, an attorney of high standing, is president, and Reverend Ernest A. Bell is superintendent. Street meetings are held in the red light districts, and work is done to spread the teachings as to the penalties of vice and the blessings of purity, and appeals are made from legal, sanitary, moral, and spiritual motives for men and women to be saved. Judge Mack of Chicago and Judge Ben Lindsay of the Juvenile Court of Denver, with noted physicians and ministers, have spoken and written words of warning to parents, and also have sent out pleas for wise instruction of children for their protection from the evils of sexual vice. It is not enough to simply prosecute the monsters who are part of this vile traffic, but there should be a campaign of education in all communities, city and county, with better laws and more strict enforcement of those we now have. Duncan C. Milner. Many ministers might well follow Dr. Milner's example and write articles for the newspapers to whose columns they have access, instructing, warning, and alarming parents and brothers of girls and the girls themselves against the enemies of every home in the world. American girls in most danger. An able investigator, a lady whose name we cannot divulge, comparing virtuous immigrants and American girls, writes, "The foreign girls have a safeguard in early marriage. While unmarried and away from home, they usually live with families of their own nationality and are treated as members of the family. Italian girls are further protected by the severe standards of their parents. An Italian father will almost kill a daughter who has gone astray. I have found Russian, Jewish, and Italian girls innocent, very sweet, and trustful. American wage-earning girls, on the other hand, present a different picture. While many of them find homes in private families or among friends, many others are rooming in houses where there is no one to look after them. Many of them have no sitting room in which to receive men friends and have to use their bedrooms for this purpose. Some girls speak of this necessity with regret and a serious realization of the situation. Such girls can live under such conditions and be safe. Others resent the implication that these conditions are dangerous, feeling that their own virtue is questioned. Others treat the matter flippantly. The men and women who are interested in girls for no good reason have no difficulty in meeting the American girls working as they do in stores, offices, hotels, and restaurants. I believe that the American girl is surrounded by more numerous and far more subtle temptations than is the foreign girl. Kitty Shea. This story is clipped from the National Prohibitionist. Another of the horrid stories that have come to light in the work of the Law and Order League of Chicago is that of a young girl who may be known here as Kitty Shea. This girl was born in Milwaukee 21 years ago and became an orphan when only 4 years old. She was brought up in the home of an aunt who seems to have been a good woman, but somewhat unfeeling, and was given little or no opportunity for education, going to work at any early age. Seeking amusement and companionship that her home did not give her, the poor girl began to frequent the public halls where dances were given under saloon auspices, and came to attract much admiration and secure many acquaintances because of her graceful dancing. These associations led to late hours, and although the girl, under circumstances that made truth-telling likely, insists that she was guilty of no offences against virtue, her aunt became angry with her and drove her from her home. Dressed upon her own resources, the poor creature sought work, living in a cheerless furnished room, and found her associations for companionship and pleasure at dances and in concert halls and in the back rooms of some of the numerous gin mills that flourish in the city of Milwaukee, with the approval and consent of so many of that city's good people. Thus she lived, comparatively blameless, amid perils and temptations, until one night she was introduced to a young woman who offered her a position in Chicago where she could earn good wages. The winter was coming on. The child had no store of winter clothing and looked forward to the terrible days of December and January with dread. She realized that the scanty pay for which she worked would buy her little of what she needed, and when the temptress talked to her of what seemed to her fabulous pay, she consented all too willingly. Perhaps she did not inquire too closely into the character of the work to which she was going. She had begun to drink. Indeed, she says she was partially intoxicated at that moment with drink that had been furnished her by the woman and a male companion. At least, she agreed to go, and, at the depot in Chicago, was met by a closed hack in which she was taken at once to one of the dives of Chicago's greatest vice preserve, where the police, to whom she glibly told the story that she had been instructed to tell, speedily enrolled her as a woman of the underworld. Then began 2 months of horror. Exposure to disease, unthinkable brutality, degradation never before dreamed of. These were her portion in a full cup, and the alluring prospect of pay that had baited the trap faded away, and she received in return for all this nothing but the barest, scantiest living. At length, a frequenter of the place, in whom honest impulses were not wholly dead, moved by her sorrowful story, fought her way out of the dive and reported the case to the Law and Order League. The police have sent the poor creature back to Milwaukee, to what improvement of fate it may well be imagined. And the vice mills grind on, and the police are busy registering new victims. Salvation Army experiences. Some time ago, a Chicago girl found herself orphaned and almost friendless. Her aunt cared for her for a little while, but life was so unbearable there that she decided to try domestic service. One of the best-known department stores in this city was, at that time, running a labor bureau. The girl went there and in due time was presented to a pleasant-faced, ladylike woman who offered her employment as parlour-maid. The poor girl, with glad heart and bright hopes, set off for her new home. But before night fell, she found that she had been sold into a slavery worse than death. Her pleadings and tears were all in vain, and it was some months later before an opportunity of escape presented itself. Then, while walking on Clark Street with the keeper of the house, she suddenly espied a little group of Salvationists holding an open-air meeting. To the amazement and consternation of the woman with her, the girl not only paused to listen, but took her stand between 2 army girls, saying, "You will take care of me, I know." That night, she slept in an army rescue home and stayed with us for some time. An operation made necessary by the life she had been forced to live ended her days, but she died in peace, confident that she was going to a world where sorrow and sin never can enter. Captain G, a Salvation Army officer, while doing house-to-house visitation in the red light district, was amazed to meet a woman who came from her own township in the fatherland. It was perhaps a sentimental feeling which prompted the woman so freely to speak to the officer in reference to her chosen life. She said that years ago she had been beguiled to this country by an advertisement which promised a good home and good wages to suitable girls. She replied to the advertisement, and in due time was met at a Chicago railway station by the parties with whom she corresponded. and a few hours later found to her horror that her confidence had been betrayed and that she was an unwilling guest of a resort. There seemed to be no way of escape, and as time went on she grew accustomed to it and concluded that as others were making money in such fashion, she would follow their example. For years she has maintained a disreputable house, and most of the girls who live in it were entrapped and snared from their country homes much after the same fashion as she herself. A Canadian schoolgirl started to make a visit to her married sister in New York State. The train reached its destination several hours late. The sister, who had been waiting at the railway station for hours, had just returned to her home when the train arrived. Thus, there was no one to meet the little girl at the end of her journey. A man who had been lounging around the railway station stepped up and asked her whom she was waiting for. Innocently enough, she told him the whole story, when he remarked that he had been sent by the sister to take her to her home. Stepping into a carriage, they drove to a well-appointed house, but in his haste to leave the station unobserved, the man had forgotten to ask for the check for the child's trunk. Leaving the little one, he returned to the station, where the married sister was frantically making inquiries in reference to the traveller and was told that no one answering that description had stepped from the train. However, the trunk standing there with the child's initials on it made her confident that her sister had arrived and, in some unexplained fashion, had disappeared. While the controversy with the station master was going on, a man came up to claim the trunk, and an innocent girl was thus saved from the hands of the procuress, for the house to which she had been taken proved to be a notorious house of ill fame. No steps were taken in this case, as in thousands of others, to punish the wrongdoer, the sister dreading the notoriety which would follow such a case. We present in this book photographs of Daisy, who died the day these words are penned. One picture shows her at 17 in her beauty, young and so fair. Another shows her dying in the poorhouse before she is 20, after 1 year of sinful indulgence and 1 year of lingering death. The third shows her coffin, if the photographer is successful in snapping it tomorrow as the hearse leaves the undertaker's rooms, for her friends are too ashamed to give her burial from their home. These and all the others in this book are actual photographs, correctly named and in no way made up or misrepresented. The story of Daisy is told over their signatures by Reverend W.E. Hopkins, formerly a missionary in India, now pastor of the Baptist Church at West Pullman, and a worker in the Midnight Mission, and Miss Belle Bazell, who has been for many years a worker in the slums and prisons of Chicago. Miss Bazell's picture is seen beside the bed of the dying girl. It was Daisy's own expressed desire that her death might be life to other girls by its warning. The story of Daisy. We found her one day in March in the venereal ward at Cook County Hospital. She was unconscious, and it was 5 weeks before she could tell us her story. One of those great blue eyes was sightless, one hand was crippled, her lower limbs were paralyzed. She was dying of the horrible, loathsome, putrefying disease of the life of shame. Poor child, this was the work of but 1 year of this life, and she was not yet 20 years old. During that miserable year of sin, she was ill, but recovered sufficiently to resume the service of lust. Then came the break, and for long, weary months she lay helpless in the resort amidst the revellings of her stronger companions and their consorts, ghastly haunt of the women whose way ends in death. The madam was kind to her, Daisy told us, and during the long illness at the hospital and later at the poorhouse, she visited her frequently, bringing flowers and fruit and supplying her with money for the little delicacies which the county forgets to provide. But she, too, is a woman of sorrow. She is much better than her business and did not mean that her parlour should become a death chamber. When we told her tonight of Daisy's death, she broke down in an agony of tears and for an hour cried out her story of shame, of heartbreak, of regret and remorse and of longing for home and a worthy life. Yet she is bound for the present, and we pray for her deliverance from this partnership with hell, and hope that Daisy's death may be as the touch of the divine spirit that shall restore in her the marred image of an exalted Christian womanhood. About 2 years ago, Daisy was left an orphan under peculiarly sad conditions. She resented the solicitude of an only sister, though her senior, and as neither was a Christian, the friction grew into a quarrel. She was given the alternative of submission or separation, and her sensitive spirit sought a place in the strange world without. She entered the employ of a man whose family and business standing gave her reason to believe that she could trust him, and she testifies that he treated her as a true friend until he had won her entire confidence. Then, in an hour of need, when she was in search of a new place, he directed her to number West Madison Street. He did not take her in, lest he be charged with selling her as a white slave, but left her on the brink of ruin to take the plunge alone. How true the saying of the wise man! Confidence in an unfaithful man in time of trouble is like a broken tooth or a foot out of joint. After 6 months at Cook County Hospital, she was removed to the infirmary at Dunning. She thought that her sister was having her taken to a private sanitarium, and the rude awakening in the county poorhouse broke her heart. We had secured funds for a Christian burial to save her from the potter's field when, after a long search, we found her sister, who will bury her, and we would gladly have saved her from the poorhouse had it been within our power. She told us that she was always of an affectionate disposition, and was led to hope that her lonely heart would find loving companionship among prostitutes. O God, judge these devourers of loving, trustful, innocent children. Instead of love, she found betrayal and shame and remorse and sickness and death. Another victim sacrificed to ignorance and treachery and greed and lust. During the 2nd month in the hospital, Daisy made such gain as to raise hopes of at least partial recovery. With returning strength, she came to realize the sinfulness of her life and repented in deep humility. She was at her best when she accepted Jesus as her Saviour and definitely, determinedly yielded herself to him. Her sympathy went out to the diseased and friendless other girls in the ward, and her testimony moved them profoundly. Her love for Jesus grew so strong that one desire possessed her, that she might live to warn girls of the sure end of the evil way and win them to Christ. In response to flowers and loving messages from young people's societies and friends, she sent most pathetic warnings. "Tell the girls for me always to confide in and obey their mothers," was her common message, and she urged us to tell her story wherever we could to warn mothers and daughters and to use it in every possible way to save lost girls. In fulfillment of her request, we send out on this day of her death, September the 2nd, 1909, this message to accomplish the ministry that she was unable to perform. She, being dead, yet speaketh. Belle Bazell, W. E. Hopkins, Missionaries, E.A.B. End of chapter 30.
Chapter 31 of Fighting the Traffic in Young Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Fighting the Traffic in Young Girls, or War on the White Slave Trade by Ernest A. Bell. Chapter 31. Destruction of the Vice Districts of Los Angeles and Des Moines. My God, if I could only get out of here. This midnight shriek of a young girl in the Crib district of Los Angeles pierced the ears and the hearts of Reverend Sidney C. Kendall and Reverend Wiley J. Phillips, editor of the California Voice. They joined hands under the midnight sky and vowed to God and to each other to fight against that white slave market until it was annihilated. Mr. Kendall could pray and preach and write, Mr. Phillips controlled the columns of the Voice and also had the spirit and skill to use the law against the horrible traders in girls. Every week the Voice exposed and denounced the cribs. Every day Mr. Kendall wrote an article or a chapter, or addressed a ministers' meeting against the city's awful curse and shame. At night these determined men led little companies of ministers and others through the crib district, that they might know the infamies that were practiced in their city. Mr. Kendall wrote a book, The Soundings of Hell, exposing the white slave traffic, particularly in Los Angeles. Mrs. Charlton Edom made 120 speeches in the churches, pleading that Christ's people stamp out the traffic in girls. Mass meetings were held, petitions were signed, circulars were sown broadcast, exposing the appalling conditions and demanding the destruction of the slave market. On Sunday, December 15th, 3,000 people from the churches gathered at Temperance Temple and marched like an army into the crib district. Heaven invaded hell. Mr. Phillips believed in all this and helped it all along, but he also believed that the law was made for the unholy and profane. He collected evidence for use in court and signed complaints when no one else was willing to do it. He was warned that if he assailed the owners of the crib district, he took his life in his hands. But he was not the man to be deterred by threats. He found that Ballerino, an Italian millionaire, owned many of the cribs. Mr. Phillips brought 15 of the girls into court to show that they were paying Ballerino $7.50 a day for each of the sordid rooms called cribs. The first girl called to the witness stand perjured herself, and failure seemed inevitable as the witnesses had been tampered with. She herself asked to be recalled to the stand, said she had lied, and wished now to tell the truth, as the girls had been talking it over and had decided to tell the truth. The other 14 then gave truthful testimony. Ballerino was convicted. An appeal to the higher courts went against him. He was put on the chain gang and compelled to pay a fine and costs, though he was a millionaire. Agitation, publicity, and prosecutions were maintained until the scandalous crib district of Los Angeles was absolutely annihilated. The French traders recognized that the city was no longer a market for girls and turned their cargoes aside to other cities that love these monstrous beasts so dearly that they give them segregated districts where they may enslave young girls and debauch young men with assurance that laws are contemptible and graft is precious, and the good people have sand in their eyes. The story of the destruction of the open market for girls in Des Moines is best told in the following articles of the Commissioner of Public Safety, the Chief of Police, and the city physician. The determination to annihilate the dens which had been protected so long was caused in part by the high crime of bringing back a girl who had escaped to another city, to compel her to work out a debt in one of the dives of Des Moines. We are indebted for these articles to The Light, published at La Crosse, Wisconsin, by B.S. Stedwell. The Nightmare Ended in Des Moines, by J.L. Hammery, Superintendent, Department of Public Safety. Of all the cities of the United States, Des Moines stands today a bright and shining example of the utter fallacy of the segregation idea. Practiced more or less openly for 20 years or more now, after a few months of freedom, the past seems like a nightmare, which is impossible to believe will ever be tolerated in this city again. In a short paper, hurriedly prepared, it will be impossible to give much more than general statements of opinion. We have affidavits, statistics of arrest, opinions of high-class citizens, opinions of independent investigators from other states, statements from experience by police officials and city physicians to support the following. Segregation as applied to prostitution is but another term for incubation. Segregation is the nucleus and backbone of the white slave traffic. Segregation provides a resort, refuge, and hiding place for criminals and thugs of every description. Segregation is affiliated with gambling, bootlegging, opium, and cocaine joints. Segregation, with its red lights, its music, the painted women in the windows, etc., provides an educational feature for school children and students, the possibilities of which can be better imagined than described. Segregation could never be made to completely segregate, but rather provided a center from which prostitution radiated in every direction like a cancer. Segregation makes its baleful influence felt in business and politics and is a direct factor in all the criminal influence of a large city. All the open and recognized houses of prostitution in the city of Des Moines were suppressed by a general police order issued September 8, 1908. With the exception of 2 police captains, one of whom is now chief of police, the order was criticized by the body of police and especially by the then chief. It was opposed by city officials. Public sentiment made no especial demand for it, to say the least, and it was freely prophesied that the order would be followed by a saturnalia of crime and rapes. I am free to confess that even the honest doubters could advance many plausible arguments on the utter absurdity of trying to totally suppress this evil. But now, after a few months' trial, one of the most convincing, if somewhat amusing, tributes to the unqualified success we have met with, in spite of the most diabolical opposition, is the manner in which officials of all degrees of importance are now jumping into our bandwagon and actually trying to crowd us out. The fact that we have an army post and a full regiment of cavalrymen was repeatedly advanced with arguments and statements as to what might be expected from this source alone if the red light districts were abolished. It is true that soldiers were giving the city much trouble at that time. Murders and rapes were becoming common occurrences. Loud and indignant protests were being made by citizens, and the press of the city was filled with debates of what to do with soldiers and the army post. With the suppression of the segregated districts, all trouble with soldiers ceased as if by magic. It was very clearly proved that with temptations removed, soldiers are quite as good as average citizens, and there is no further talk of removing the fort from this city. All through the troublous times of red light, however, the officers, non-commissioned officers, and the very many respectable soldiers were always eager and ready to cooperate with the police for the maintenance of law and order. No one questions the success of the suppression of public houses of prostitution in this city, and no disinterested person questions the beneficent effect. What the future holds is open to serious conjecture. Some of the advocates of segregation have loudly expressed the hope that a brothel would be set up by the side of each preacher's door, so that the city would be glad to return to segregation. A city election will be held next spring, complicated with a fierce struggle for the congressional nomination. There is no doubt the so-called liberal element will be a unit for an open town, while the better elements, as usual, will be confused and divided. In the event of the election of a reactionary who could secure control of the Department of Public Safety, the cause of clean and moral city government would receive a decided setback. Nothing less than everlasting vigilance by the heads of the police department will keep the city out of the old rut. Great things are expected from the Cosson Law, passed at the last session of the Iowa State Legislature. It has even been intimated that this law is responsible for the abolishment of the red light districts, though it does not become effective until July 4th, 1909. There has always been abundance of laws against prostitution and its attendant evils. The trouble has always been that they are not enforced. In addition to the statements of the chief of police and the city physician, I am sending you a copy of a voluntary statement received from an independent investigator representing a civic association in one of the largest cities of the Middle West. As the association desires to continue these investigations in other cities for some time to come, we are only allowed to use this statement on the express stipulation that the name of the investigator and the city he represents is suppressed for the time being. His statement is as follows. Mr. J. L. Hammery. Dear Sir, after a careful and critical examination of conditions in Des Moines, it is with the greatest pleasure that I extend to the citizens of your city my hearty congratulations upon the successful progress of the campaign for civic betterment. Having been particularly interested in the effort made here to stamp out the recognized houses of prostitution, and having been qualified by considerable experience in the investigation of all phases of the social evil in large cities, I feel that I speak with some degree of authority on this subject. And it gives me great pleasure to say to you and Des Moines that there is not now in this city a recognized and admitted house of prostitution. There are not any considerable number of loose women to be seen upon the streets, and the deportment of the women who do walk the streets of Des Moines speaks volumes in praise of the efficiency of your police regulation. I have made special search for indications of prostitutes having taken up residence in the city at large, and am absolutely convinced that your experience has proven this bugaboo to be wholly chimerical. This conclusion has been amply verified by interviews I have had with representative business and professional men whose homes are in the residential districts of your city. The evidences of activity in Des Moines real estate are, to my mind, conclusive proof that this city is rising to a proper realization and appreciation of its opportunities to become recognized as one of the most desirable places in America for homes, educational centers, and legitimate business enterprises. Signed. The following is the statement of Chief Miller. The appointment of Mr. Miller as chief was unanimously endorsed by the press and public. He is the first chief in Des Moines, selected from the ranks and appointed entirely on his merits. Statement of Chief of Police Miller. I have been a member of the Des Moines police force for over 17 years, filling every position from patrolman up. I was appointed chief of police on October 14, 1908. I have pleasure in submitting the following conclusions based on my experience as a police officer. Segregation never segregated in Des Moines. The most prosperous houses with the high-class patronage absolutely refused to enter the segregated districts and were always able to command sufficient influence to enable them to defy the police. Landladies in segregated districts, by reason of severe competition, were compelled to resort to all means of advertising, which included red lights over the doors, the serving of liquors and other refreshments, orchestral music, persistent displaying of charms by women in the windows, and other means of making their business as conspicuous as possible, and thereby attracting even innocent spectators to the vicinity who were often robbed by attachés and hangers-on from the resorts. The segregated districts always became notorious, and the evil was greatly augmented thereby. Property in the segregated districts was manipulated by money sharks for the purpose of securing complete financial control over the women, who in their slavery and despair were often driven to commit desperate crimes in their futile endeavors to free themselves from the hands of their masters. The cleaning up of the resorts freed between 200 and 300 of these women, who immediately left the city and have not been replaced. As they were well known, it was impossible for them to locate in residence districts, and citizens have taken pleasure in keeping us posted with reference to suspicious persons in the suburbs. In conclusion, we'll say that the remarkable freedom of the city from crime immediately following the closing of resorts, the boom in residence and city real estate and business in general, also the higher moral tone of the city, is so pronounced and apparent to all in Des Moines that I have no hesitation in placing myself on record with the deliberate statement that any future administration will hesitate before attempting to again place the city of Des Moines in the segregated class. Respectfully submitted, A. G. Miller, Chief of Police. Statement of the City Physician. One of the most difficult questions before municipal governments for the past half a century has been the controlling and the successful handling of prostitution, and during the last 10 years this problem has become more and more perplexing. Men of knowledge and familiar with this subject have given this problem much thought and consideration, trying to devise some logical plan that would lead to a satisfactory solution. Segregation has been argued pro and con, licensing and physical examination have been suggested and put into practice, but not until recently has it been actually demonstrated that this great question can be solved. All great cities have been wrestling with this question and have tried various methods, and have yet to find a satisfactory method by which these classes can be controlled. Prostitutes and their followers are no small factor that go to make up a city's population, and they will follow their vocation to some extent under any circumstances or conditions. This being true, it has on the other hand been proven beyond a reasonable doubt that this class of traffic can be almost entirely abolished. Prior to September 15, 1908, this city had what is commonly known as the red light district, covering an area of about 3 square blocks. In this district the rowdy and tough element naturally congregated, and it was an everyday occurrence to see drunken brawls, cutting and shooting scraps, and suicides, everything in fact that would be disgusting and annoying to the sober-minded citizen. It was an every-night occurrence for ambulance calls to come from this district, where some unfortunate had been stabbed or shot down, or an inmate of one of the disorderly houses had committed or made the attempt at suicide. On the 15th day of September 1908, the superintendent of the Department of Public Safety issued an order to the effect that the red light district would no longer be tolerated, and that the common prostitute and street walker would be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. From that date on, a gradual decline was noticeable in the emergency work, and the calls for shooting and cutting affrays were few. At this time, I can safely say that emergency work coming from this source has decreased 90%. Whenever you have a consolidation of elements which appeals to the rough class, vide at houses of ill fame, saloons of the low type, and gambling dens, you are sure to have more crime committed and vice protected. Do away entirely or scatter these factors in crime, and you will notice a decided slump in your police service calls relative to this line of work. In my judgment, the abolishment of the red light district, coupled with the prosecution of prostitute and streetwalker, has proven the most satisfactory solution of the perplexing problem, and offers more protection to the home and a greater inducement to the prospective citizen, and keeps the criminal class away from the city's gates. In conclusion, will I state that I was originally opposed to the suppression of the red light districts, and believed it would result in making matters worse. I base all the foregoing statements on my 4 years' experience. Respectfully, Clifford W. Losh, City Physician, EAB. End of section 33. Read by Czandra, near Montreal, 2023.
Chapter 32 of Fighting the Traffic in Young Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Fighting the Traffic in Young Girls, or War on the White Slave Trade, by Ernest A. Bell. Chapter 32, Conditions in London, by Lucy A. Hall, Deaconess of the Methodist Episcopal Church, Chicago. George M. Sims says the mother of cities lays her whole heart bare to no man. There is no man living who has fathomed her depths. There is no man living who has mastered her mysteries. For the last quarter of a century, especially, there have been emancipating influences and efforts of noblest kinds which are really bringing, somewhat gradually but very surely, a new London, a city that is winning a right to be viewed as a center of largest endeavor for civic righteousness that history can so far record. The Bishop of London, presiding at their National Vigilance Association, July 20th, 1909, had a right to say, "We have succeeded in getting London united on moral questions." By his side was the Archbishop of Westminster, who said among other significant words for the Catholic Church that while we work together to advance the object of the association and its dealings with this terrible traffic, we should also make every possible effort to build up in the children of the country a definite and clear belief of what they owe to their Maker and of the account they will give to him hereafter. The chief rabbi, Dr. Adler, made many vigorous statements, among which some were unusually impressive. Speaking of the white slave trade, he said, "It does not merely affect the welfare of the English people, but also the welfare of the entire globe. The evil must be regarded as a veritable cancerous growth on the body politic, which must be excised. The authorities in Argentina have largely succeeded in purifying Buenos Aires." He then spoke of the purpose of the National Vigilance Association, and said it was to obey the bidding of the prophet, "That which is lost I will seek again, that which has gone astray I will bring back, that which has a wing broken I will bind up, and that which is sick I will strengthen." Seated at the right of the chairman were Her Royal Highness the Duchess of Albany, Alice, Countess of Stratford, the Countess Dowager of Chichester, and Mrs. Creighton. The last named, in representing the women of England, called attention to the need of educational plans, and said, "Sometimes one gets afraid of the people fighting with evil, thinking only of that fight, and not sufficiently of the building up that is needed to make the right so strong, that it has nothing to fear from the wrong. Don't let us forget to let it educate ourselves also, and to make it for each of us our great work to maintain that high and healthy public opinion which will make it ever more and more difficult for evil to prevail." Sir Percy W. Bunting, M.A., one of the founders of the association, spoke of it as an organization of the helping instincts of all the churches, based on the mere humanity of the case. We touch here the fringe of the greatest moral problem in all time. Mr. Donald MacLean, Member of Parliament, Mr. Archibald J. Allen, Mr. Arthur R. Moore, Sir Francis Channing, Member of Parliament, Mr. Bullock, and Mr. Coote spoke hopefully of prospects ensured. This was really a platform of very earnest people of differing creeds, representing royalty, representing the great law-making body, different organizations, and the great business world. Among those in attendance were Lady Hughes Hunter, Lady Bunting, Lady Maclaren, Colonel and Mrs. Young, Lord Radstock, the Very Reverend Dr. Jackman, the Very Reverend Father Bannon, Miss Leigh Brown, Mr. and Mrs. Fox Butlin, and Dr. Wilbur Crafts of Washington, D.C., with many others, making a real great meeting, great with people of diverse thought on other subjects, great in the inspiration gained, great in assurance of increasing momentum, of a magnificent endeavor that should, with correlated efforts of other national vigilance associations, bring a world force that shall be mightier than the evil, however deeply entrenched that may be. At the meeting of the British Committee of the International Bureau for Suppression of the White Slave Traffic, there was a demonstration of the power of crystallizing different national organizations. The Bureau is strong in its members and leaders, and especially its General Secretary, William Alex Coote, who has visited every capital in Europe and organized national committees in every country except Turkey. He has won royal recognition in Germany in having presented to him, by the Emperor of Germany, a diamond monogram as a recognition of his efforts on behalf of German girls. The President of the French Republic has made him a Chevalier of the Legion of Honor. King Alfonso of Spain has made him a Caballero of the Order of Charles III. At this day's meeting, W.F. Craze, Esquire, legal advisor, presided. Reports were read from different countries. From Sweden came the word that the Princess Royal had accepted the presidency of the National Committee and attended nearly every committee meeting, which was a guarantee and stimulus to the success of the work. Efforts for legislation and plans for assisting girl travelers are among the good works. From Switzerland, among other good methods for defeating vice, government has legislated against the abuse of the Postrestant, providing that no minor can be allowed to receive correspondence without a permit or authorization from parents. From Germany, 15 traffickers had been condemned and 42 girls repatriated as some of the results of their national committee. They are also working towards strengthening their laws. From Egypt came news of development in spite of many difficulties. 759 girls of minor age had been stopped and placed in hands of their respective councils, 485 of them being Greeks. 310 girls have been rescued. 46 souteneurs denounced, 22 of whom are exiled. 30 minors were repatriated. Canada has a strong new law that, with the impulse of the International Council of Women, held in June, brings the question squarely to the front. From the United States, reports showed aggressive work on the part of voluntary organizations, states' attorneys, and federal attorneys in vigorous law enforcement, and effective new laws enacted, with good hope of further legislation, and some diligence in educational plans through public gatherings, and sending literature where it has proven to be needed help in many communities. Mr. Coote referred to the deputation to the Home Office on March 30th, which had been fully reported at a previous meeting. He regretted now that, owing to other urgent matters before Parliament, their bill, which met such encouragement, might not be brought forward at the present session. Plans were made for delegates to the Congress of the International Bureau to be held in Madrid in May 1910. Announcement was made for a conference of station workers in Neuchâtel, June 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, 1910. From these two great meetings it would be discovered to any in attendance that there is a purpose and loyalty and persistence characterizing the people and their methods, which is just as readily discovered in their everyday work. Several similar and strong organizations are doing thoroughly good and effective work. The British Committee for the Abolition of State Regulation of Vice, under the efficient leadership of Henry W. Wilson, Member of Parliament, is one of merit. The London Council for the Promotion of Public Morality, with the Bishop of London as chairman, is an organization standing for justice and skilled means in the obtaining. The societies known as preventative are numerous. The Girls' Friendly Society of the Church of England is a splendid plan covering truly what its name implies, being real friends to its members. Their work includes clubs, classes, and a most careful record, copy of which is sent ahead to other cities or countries in case of removal, so that there are friends to meet them and continue the chain of friendship, reporting back to the national office from time to time, sustaining a relation to the girls wherever they go, friendship awaiting them through record made. The Church Army of the Church of England is doing a most beautiful and many-sided service, chiefly among the criminal, outcast, careless, and neglected classes. They connect with the probation system and help many who otherwise would go to the prisons, restoring many to their families and places and societies. Their many departments include the League of Friends of the Poor, working toward removing causes of distress, giving employment where warranted, planning labor homes where direction is given to expenditures and habits. The Emigration Department seeks to farther locate some who are better for being quite away from old associates. The Women's Social Department is very successful. Industrial homes, whether for rescue or preventative cases, have been of great service. Women's clubs have held together those who have passed through these homes. A large workroom affords work for many who otherwise would find no way. Fresh air homes, dispensaries, factory girls' clubs, with the Evangelist Training Home, the missions, women's evangelistic departments, needlework guild, outdoor rescue work and rescue workers' training home, rescue workers' union, the Church Army Brotherhood, and the many other departments make a very great plant, yielding most beautiful fruitage in the lives of those helped. From their rescue training home, the sisters go forth, 2 by 2, to seek during the night hours for the poor wanderers who haunt the thoroughfares. On such an evening out where London is worst, around Piccadilly, Bloomsbury, Haymarket, among the showy throngs, and in the less lighted streets where distressed, cowering, fearful ones wander, let us come with these workers and note that many who are willing to stop and receive a flower or message or daintily prepared letter, and see the surprise when they feel that there are earnest souls who wish to be sincerely kind. Many are willing to stop and tell us their difficulties. Some we will wish to see in the courts next day. But in all our going about, morning, noon, or night, we'll have to admit our surprise that notwithstanding the many individual instances of wrecked lives who are influencing downward too many others, there is not a street in all London where we would not feel as safe as in the very best business streets of Chicago or New York. There are no dens of continuous growing infamy. Workers in all organizations are on the hunt for them. Police officials are alert and take the initiative in many instances. If a plant of this noxious kind is set out, it is uprooted before it has much chance for spreading its influence. Businessmen say, "We will not have them. No toleration is given, when known. There are no houses of prostitution, known as such, for longer than till they can be taken before the courts." The strenuous efforts of the organizations mentioned heretofore have been directed so long toward these things through preventative plans and legislation and wholesome law enforcement that there is no longer any doubt concerning the wish of the people or their representatives in official places. Since the reign of tolerance of vice was broken by the strong word of government in 1886, there has been a winning battle, which, though still on, has brought so much of victory that we can believe that completeness of triumph will dawn, and at just about the time that England shakes itself from the related enslaving chains of intemperance and the obstinate industrial system. End of chapter 32.
Chapter 33 of Fighting the Traffic in Young Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Fighting the Traffic in Young Girls, or War on the White Slave Trade by Ernest A. Bell. Chapter 33. For God's Sake Do Something by Ernest A. Bell. The testimony already given in these pages leaves no room to doubt the existence of a widespread, hideous commerce in girls. In conclusion, as a sort of judicial summing up of the case against the most odious criminals of the world, we quote Judge John R. Newcomer of Chicago, who says, "Within 1 week I had 7 different letters from fathers from Madison, Wisconsin, on the north, to Peoria, Illinois, on the south, asking me in God's name to do something to help them find their daughters, because they had come to Chicago and they had never heard from them afterwards. If you mean by the white slave traffic the placing of young girls in a brothel for a price, it most undoubtedly is a real fact, based upon statements that have been made in my court during the past 3 months by defendants, both men and women, who have pleaded guilty to that crime, and in a sense it is both interstate and international. Not one, but many shipments, of which I have personal knowledge based upon testimony of people who have pleaded guilty. Many shipments come from Paris and other European cities to New York, and from New York to Chicago and other western points, and from Chicago as a distributing point to the west and the southwest, and on the western coast coming in to San Francisco and other ports there. Yes, it is a real fact, and it is something that we have to take notice of, and something that, while it may have been developed largely during the last 10 years, the national government itself has recently taken notice of its existence. There are 3 specific classes of what we might call white slave traders. First, the man or woman who conducts the brothel. And if I had more time, I would like to tell you something about the ways and means used by these people to keep at least a large number of their girls there. Second, the man who acts as a sort of broker, dealing in girls, transferring them from one brothel to another. The third class is the lowest of all, those men and women, largely women, who make a business of procuring girls for the brothel. These 3 classes make a living off that traffic and the profit therefrom. Bishop Anderson of the Episcopal Diocese of Chicago says, "The mind of the public is moral, and if it can be convinced of the actual state of affairs, the public conscience will soon be aroused and something good is bound to be accomplished. Accurate and conservative information, if spread broadcast, will go far to accomplish the great work which we have in hand." St. Paul had a like confidence in the public intelligence and conscience, and in the usefulness of information spread broadcast to end the white slave traffic. The Apostle wrote on this subject in 2 Timothy 3:6-9. "For of these are they that creep into houses, and lead captive silly women, laden with sins, led away with diverse lusts, ever learning and never able to come to a knowledge of the truth. Now as Jannes and Jambres withstood Moses, so do these men also resist the truth. Men of corrupt mind reprobate concerning the faith. But they shall proceed no further, for their folly shall be known unto all men, as theirs also came to be." St. Paul here intimates that publicity will overthrow the traffickers in women as the opponents of Moses were overwhelmed in Egypt. In this confidence we are sending forth this volume, to spread broadcast the testimony of many witnesses, whose character and intelligence none can impeach. We are certain that if the facts set forth in this book by lawyers, physicians, missionaries, and other workers are understood by the English-speaking peoples, the white slave traffic will be immediately and permanently reduced and speedily abolished throughout the Anglo-Saxon world. All Christendom must follow if we lead worthily in this reform. Japan will quickly join us, and is already doing so. Human nature itself, once it is enlightened as to the facts of commerce in girls, must almost necessarily abolish the cursed trade. Surely every one whose own mind is not debauched will take some part in this most essential and inevitable reform. As General Booth of the Salvation Army said so many times, on one of his tours in this country and around the world a dozen years ago, "For God's sake, do something. It will cost you time, it will cost you money, it may cost you reputation, but for God's sake, do something." About the year 1877, an excursion steamer, the Princess Alice, was sunk by another ship in the Thames near London, and 600 or 700 happy excursionists were drowned in a few minutes. At the inquest, as is told, a gentleman asked permission to testify, as he was an eyewitness of the disaster. He told what he saw, and said that he was most impressed by a young mother who held her baby as high as her hands could reach, as she sank and rose again and again, hoping that someone would rescue the child, but in vain. The judge asked the witness, "What did you do for those sinking hundreds, and for that perishing mother and baby?" The man answered, I did nothing." The judge replied, "You saw all that and did nothing." Nothing. And they hissed him from the courtroom. The great judge will hold an inquest on the thousands who are engulfed every month in the black waters of the vice markets of our great cities. Shall he wither us with his wrath as we answer, "Nothing"? Or shall he say, as he said of one long ago, "She hath done what she could"? Chapter 33.
Chapter 36 of Fighting the Traffic in Young Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Fighting the Traffic in Young Girls, or War on the White Slave Trade, by Ernest A. Bell. Chapter 36. Poem Why Are You Weeping, Sister? By Herbert Kaufman. Why are you weeping, sister? Why are you sitting alone? I'm bent and grey, and I've lost my way. All my tomorrows were yesterday. I traded them off for a wanton's pay. I bartered my graces for silk and laces. My heart I sold for a pot of gold. Now I'm old. Why did you do it, sister? Why did you sell your soul? I was foolish and fair, and my form was rare. I longed for life's baubles, and did not care. When we know not the price to be paid, we dare. I listened when vanity lied to me, and I ate the fruit of the bitter tree. Now I'm old. Why are you lonely, sister? Where have your friends all gone? Friends I have none, for I went the road where women must harvest what men have sowed, and they never come back when the field is mowed. They gave the lee of the cup to me, but I was blind and would not see. Now I'm old. Where are your lovers, sister? Where are your lovers now? My lovers were many, but all have run. I betrayed and deceived them, every one, and they lived to learn what I had done. A poisoned draught from my lips they quaffed, and I, who knew it was poisoned, laughed. Now I'm old. Will they not help you, sister, in the name of your common sin? There is no debt, for my lovers bought. They paid my price for the things I brought. I made the terms, so they owe me naught. I have no hold, for 'twas I who sold. One offered his heart, but mine was cold. Now I'm old. Where is that lover, sister? He will come when he knows your need. I broke his hope, and I strained his pride. I dragged him down in the under tide. Alone and forsaken by me he died. The blood that he shed is on my head, for all the while I knew that he bled. Now I'm old. Is there no mercy, sister, for the wanton whose course is spent? When a woman is lovely, the world will fawn, but not when her beauty and grace are gone. when her face is seamed and her limbs are drawn. I've had my day and I've had my play. In my winter of loneliness I must pay. Now I'm old. What of the morrow, sister? How shall the morrow be? I must feed to the end upon remorse. I must falter alone in my self-made course. I must stagger alone with my self-made cross. For I bartered my graces for silks and laces. My heart I sold for a pot of gold. Now I'm old. End of chapter 36, read by Alan Mapstone.
Chapter 37 of Fighting the Traffic in Young Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Fighting the Traffic in Young Girls, or War on the White Slave Trade, by Ernest A. Bell. Chapter 37, Poem, The Red Rose, by A.A.P. A white-faced wreck upon the bed she lay, and reaped the whirlwind of her yesterday. Before her rose the record of the past, and sin's dark wages all were due at last. A gentle messenger of God was there, who kissed her brow and smoothed her tangled hair, and in the tenderest accents told of one who died for her, God's well-beloved Son. "No power could ransom such as me," she cried. "No cleansing stream my crimson sins could hide. For souls like yours there may be pardon free. The Son of God would never stoop to me." "I bring a gift of love," the listener said, "this dewy rose of richest, deepest red. Will you not take it? Have you not the power?" The trembling fingers reached and grasped the flower. "My sister," said the giver, "just as I held out to you that rose of scarlet dye, God offers you salvation from above through Jesus' precious blood, His gift of love. Reach out and take it without doubt or fear." "Is it so simple?" sobbed the girl. "So near?" "Aye, nearer to you than myself He stands, Eternal life with His pierced hands." "So simple, Lord," she moaned. "Nothing to do but reach and take eternal life from you. I take it, Lord." And lo, the dying eyes were radiant with the light of paradise. O death triumphant, victory complete! Today she worships at her Saviour's feet. Lost one, God offers you for Jesus' sake eternal life. Will you not reach and take? End of chapter 37. End of Fighting the Traffic in Young Girls, by Ernest A. Bell.